Good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening to y'all. I'd like to welcome you to our TopstepTV opening call. And way to go, you made it back. You're at the right place at the right time. He's Tango, I'm Cash. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, we'll be your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that last meatball at dinner last night with your name on it. Manja. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with Mr. John, a.k.a. the Hoagland.
And
Good
that
morning,
was
Johnny.
a spicy meatball.
You know what I tell you? It's just a meatball here in Chicago. We got some good meatballs here in Chicago. A lot of good Italians. Bada bing, bada bang. Well, let's see if we get some bada bing, bada bang out of this ES and this NASDAQ today. But we are here for opening call. We're very glad that you are here to join us. So, Johnny, how are you today?
Doing well. Tuesday, I got today and 2 more days till I take my little vacation. I'm going on to Florida for 4 or 5 days and relax a little bit. We've been working pretty hard. I think we deserve it. I know you're off the week after that, so of course
anniversary
we'll be
week
then. But you got to take a little time away, right?
You have to, otherwise you burn out like a match. Just a little
yikes!
But
we don't want that.
Yeah. Well, you got to take. Traders too. Those that are watching here and listening, you need to step away and take some time off. It's only healthy. So,
absolutely.
We got some news today, by the way. I figured I'd share it with everybody. Well, the stocks today edged down, pairing some of the earlier gains as investors braced for the key employment data. Dow dipped about 130 points, 0.4%. The S&P 0.5%, and the NASDAQ fell by 0.6%. And do I have a robot voice? I hope not. No, I don't think so. So I will continue. Johnny, we got JOLTS today. Economic calendar says yes. The so-called JOLTS report expected to show job vacancies dropping to 8.8 million during the month. Now, this is something, this figure slipped lower, its lowest mark in 2.5 years in the prior month. So we'll see what we've got going on today. What do you got for us, Johnny?
Well, as far as economic numbers and talking Feds, we had Bostic speaking early this morning at 7 a.m. this morning. Haven't had a chance to really look into what he had to say, if anything important. We have the U.S. Red Book number come out here at 7:55. Of course, we are now aware that JOLTS is coming out. That's at 9 o'clock Central. 10:30, there's a 52-week bill auction. And at 3:30, of course, crude traders will be hawking that API crude number inventory coming out at 3:30 this afternoon. So not a lot of economic numbers. We are facing a lot of employment numbers moving forward. Just to kind of review that, tomorrow is the ADP employment report. Thursday, of course, is always jobless claims. And then the big one on Friday with the unemployment numbers coming out on Friday. Yep. So that a lot of focus this week on employment.
Thank you, Tango. Oil prices inched down today after dropping to a 3-week low. The prior session, there was some concern about how the elevated interest rates may impact the crude demand. Also in China, remember we were talking about that Evergrande or Evergrande in Hong Kong.
Halted trading on it.
You check this out. Shares in China jumped as much as 42% yet today after a heavily indebted property developer stock resumed trading. 42%.
Yeah, I wonder who got that. I wonder who caught that move.
I don't know, but they have Golden Week in China, right? Golden Week. I think it's still going on. Let us know if it's not, and we'll send our Christmas cards early. Powerball, Johnny.
Yeah.
Powerball, 1.2 billion. Nobody won yesterday. 1.2 billion. So this is the next drawing's Wednesday. So you got time, folks, to go get your Powerball ticket. $1.2 billion. You win, me and Johnny are coming to live with you.
Yes, that's definitely worth a couple of bucks of risk on that one. I mean, the odds are very slim, but you're not going to win if you don't have a ticket. So I think I will go get a couple tonight.
But it's fun to dream. It's fun to dream.
Yeah.
You know, a couple bucks, and you go to sleep with a smile on your face, hoping you wake up the next morning a billionaire. And I got some sad news. Once again, Boston fans, NFL Pro Bowler Russ Francis was killed in a plane crash. Played with the Patriots and the 49ers. You might remember him in the Super Bowl. But sad news, Russ Francis, gone. So, on a better note, we're going to give this back to Johnny. We're going to run to the charts.
Sure.
And you know, John, I had this soundbite I haven't used in a while. I just want to share it with you.
You know, you're like a crazy brother to me. You really are.
You are. I love it.
Adrian,
hey, he's like a crazy brother to me, you know?
a real heartbreaker today.
Paulie. Speaking of Paulie, we got Coach Paul going to be with us for group coaching. And you know what, John? It's ladies' night here at Top Step Trader. Did you know that?
I did know that. Yes, we have.
You did know that. We've got special guest stars.
Yes, we do.
Stars. We've got Deeyana Angelo going to be with us. Put some trades on. We're very happy to have her back. And for the first time, did we have Anne Marie Band before? Or is this our first time with her?
Well, it's her first time on TopstepTV. We've done a whole bunch of other content with Anne Marie, and looking forward to speaking with her again. Always a delight to have her with us.
Right, you're going to be doing that interview. So, lots going on here today. So make sure that you don't miss a thing. So, Johnny, let's go to our charts and see what we've got.
All right, let's check it out. So VIX is higher again this morning, 18.42. The dollar well up above 107. Last I checked at 107.13, and the yield on the 10-year continues its month-long tear to the upside. Last I checked, 4.73%. Here is the S&P. Did I get lost here?
Oh yeah, we lost our broadcast. It's really dark in here right now.
Gotcha.
Here we go. We're coming back.
I think we're back now. Sorry about that, folks. Always there's always gremlins about when we're doing this. So, so we are back. Okay, thank you for letting us know. So, all right, here's the S&Ps. Let me put my glasses on so I can read what I wrote. So, on the daily, we're like 4 or 5 days in this area of balance, which I'm calling a limbo balance. I've kind of boxed the previous balance up here. I've boxed the balance back here, and we're kind of stuck in the middle of it. There's a lot of space here. The market is really doing some decision making at this point. And if we manage to kind of bring price and maintain price below last week's low of 42.77, we might look for a rotation to the low of the previous area of balance again. If we take out the last week's high, which is $43.83.50 up to $44, we get back up in this range, we may kind of be accepting the hot price back in this area of balance, and a rotation higher might be in play. So that's kind of telling me, as always, I'm always, or at least I try to be very patient. I've been very patient lately. So we're going to have to take a look at what we're seeing as the day opens up here. Volume yesterday, there was an increase in New York on the New York Stock Exchange was higher. It was a little lower in futures. Not that concerned about it. We added 7,800 in open interest. And the question is going to be, what direction did that open interest come into the marketplace? Were those longer time frame shorts being established? Were they short time frame longs being established? We're going to take a look at that on the 30-minute chart here shortly. I was expecting a different outcome by the end of the day yesterday because of something we were seeing in the Delta. And don't forget, we also have the 200 session moving average in play today. It's coming in at 42.95. We're currently trading 42.99. This is going to be an interesting level, perhaps to look for opportunities. And of course, this is on the daily chart. This is a longer time frame, perhaps a little bit more impactful. So the 30-minute chart here. All right. Overnight inventory, we are holding shorts. There is a possibility of opening with a gap to the downside. When we were looking at this in kind of a longer time frame, we kind of set up a bear flag here. When we closed below that bear flag, we traded up to it. We traded up to this trend line last night. So we're starting to build more points of contact along this trend line. Unfortunately, we probably won't have the opportunity to see it, at least early in the session today. So we're kind of looking at an overnight inventory to the short side, potential for a gap open. Now, yesterday, as we kind of got through the trading.
Oh, I'm hearing you went robot, so you have to disconnect and rejoin.
Oh, okay. I try not to do that.
Robot.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Yes, indeed. It's you and me, Eddie.
Okay. Well, Jack, how you doing there, buddy boy? It's good to be back. Yes, and the thing is too, I'm really excited about who we've got on for our guest coming on, Deeyana and Anne Marie. Anne Marie, she's been with us for a very long time.
Anne Marie, so we pop her up one more time, is so awesome. One of the nicest people on earth, and also does a lot with using options and strike prices to trade futures. She's a futures trader. She's great. Stick around for power players. All right, Hoag, sounds like you're back.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know. I hope
it happens. I don't know.
But yeah, it seems
only YouTube.
Yeah. Gremlins.
I'm going to come over and check out your rig.
Joke. No, we're just being funny here.
Gremlins. All right. So back to the 30-minute. Overnight inventory is short. We open with a gap, or don't we? That may have something to do. Breaking below a bear flag. Are we seeing directional activity? And we were just going to talk about what we saw in the profiles yesterday. We have an excess high. We have a low excess low in the profiles yesterday. As price continued to push lower and hold lower through the day yesterday, we saw increasing positive delta, which led me to believe that there were possibly some longer time frame traders just placing offers and letting the short time frame traders let them accumulate what they were trying to accomplish yesterday. Apparently they finished what they were doing, and the shorter time frame buyers won the day yesterday. Had the longer time frame traders maintained those offers, I think we may have seen but the potential for a late spike yesterday, which did not happen. So the increase in open interest of 7,800, I'm looking at as potential longer time frame, either speculators or kind of commercials that kind of looked to the short side yesterday, and not a big jump in open interest, but with the breakout below the bear flag, the increase in open interest on a down day, including overlapping to lower range and value, looking at this market as a potential continuation to the downside. We know that last week's low is kind of the extreme of the balance area that we're currently in. And then below that, we start to get into that previous balance area that we were looking at on the daily chart. So just watch the open. If we open with a gap, can't close the gap. If we leave the opening range at the high of the day, that might be something that might put me into the marketplace a little bit earlier. If we open in range, or by all means in value, that'll keep my foot on the brakes a little bit to look for opportunities at the extremes. When we look at the extremes we had yesterday, the initial balance low provided the opportunity for the range extension to the upside, which also offered an opportunity back to the short side. So the market really kind of range bound yesterday, and that tends to happen when we do extend above and below the initial balance. So the market really tried to stay range bound yesterday. Normal variation trading day, extensions above and below the initial balance, excess high, weak low. We're testing that weak low as we speak coming into the open. All right, so that's kind of a little bit of information from the profiles. Let's move on to the NASDAQ now. And the NASDAQ has been holding at higher levels. It's doing a much better job of maintaining price above the previous balance area. Now, this is that same balance area that we were looking at in the S&Ps. A little bit of a balance area here, but this is a big area of limbo that we really haven't gone into yet. Again, we're starting to put up what might end up being a bear flag, but we're seeing volume continue to increase on the upside. We're seeing open interest, an additional 5,200 in open interest on this move to the upside. So, a true bear flag, I think we would be seeing volume dropping instead of increasing. We'd see open interest dropping instead of increasing. So a little bit of question as to whether this bear flag is going to provide much fruit for us. So take a look at the 30. And all right, overnight inventory again, short. We started this session up here. We're currently down there, looking like, a possibility for a gap on the open. These green trend lines are showing us that bear flag. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. We're going to open below that trend line. Does that change things a little bit? Does that give us a bear flag breakout? We'll have to see on the open. We'll see what happens with the opening ranges, and we'll see what this market kind of brings us in the first few minutes of the session. I know a lot of traders have been talking to me about having a hard time trading before the initial balance or before the early balance is established. So, this might be one of those days where we might need to be a little quicker to the trigger to find good trade location, or at least the best trade location of the day. Look what else we've got hanging around here, the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. So holding below this trend line, holding below that trend, this 200 session moving average, might be looking for some opportunities to see this market test again back to the downside. With rates continuing to scream, that's going to take some of the flight to quality. I mean, we're not in a flight to quality type of situation yet here, but with rates showing higher, it's a tastier investment, and we got to keep in mind when that happens in the equities.
Hey, John, real quick here. Raimundo is asking about, when you're talking about open interest, you're talking about the 4 contracts, Dec, March, June, and Sep, not just December.
In the equities, if you look at the bulletin, the vast majority of the open interest is in the front month because we're not in rollover. Okay, so I'm just going to put this up here real quick. The open interest in the DSS and Ps is almost 1,945,000. Look at the rest. We've got 11,000 in the March contract and much less. I do collect the total in open interest right here because there's another 550 some odd contracts in open interest that were added in the next 2 contract months, March and June. But mostly in the equities, if we're not in rollover, most of the open interest and volume, of course, is going to be in that front month alone. Where it becomes more important, my good friend, is when we're looking at like crude oil. Crude oil is a very thick contract, right? So we have 320,000 contracts here in the front month. We have 265,000, 153,000. There are 10 months of contract years, 10 years, I should say, of contract months. And they all are holding some pretty substantial open interest. So this makes it a little blurrier to use open interest as a tool for the auction process in crude oil, but I still have to use it because that's what I've got. So I'm always taking the totals down here, total volume, total open interest, and total net change in the things that I'm looking at. Yes, great question. Yes. Thank you.
Speaking
All right.
of crude, let's
go. Let's take a look-see.
Rubber Johnny on the bottom bounce here.
Yeah, we got close to an important inflection level here, didn't we? We tested down below 88.20, which is our weekly kickoff low. Apparently, prior to the open, we saw signs of rejection down at that level. This is an area of balance, right? So if we accept below that area of balance, we're looking at a potential continuation with a lot of space down below. The last week's low is 88.19. Weekly kickoff low, 88.20. We were unable to accept below it in the overnight session. What did we do yesterday? We lost volume on this pullback off the highs. Volume has been dropping off. We also lost open interest yesterday of 1,300 in open interest. Yesterday, the day before, we added 5,600. So on Friday, we added 5,600, but we lost open interest yesterday of approximately 1,300 on lower volume. The downside pullback auction isn't performing all that well. I'm giving it a C minus. So I'm, looking for the market to hold this weekly kickoff low. If that's the case, then this actually may end up kind of presenting as a bull flag if we can get above the channel, or as we like to call them, the Dannel. Let's take a look at the Dannel. All right, here's the crude. So here's that high. I've been kind of trying to mention day over day that the recent high in crude oil occurred in the overnight session. Markets don't tend to like that. The longer time participants like to put in the highs, they like to put in the lows. So that's something that's been on my mind since we've been pulling back off of this. Here's our Dannel. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. 1, 2, 3 points of contact down there. So we're holding the Dannel, or as they're called, the channel, but in Dan's honor, we call it the Dannel. So we held it last night. We've been kind of holding along it. Now we have a rotation back to possibly the high of the Dannel or the channel. So I'm going to be kind of cautious here, looking for opportunities to buy weakness to see if we can get a full rotation. We tested down to the lower part of the channel. We get a rotation to the high part of the channel. That could be a decent opportunity for us. It appears to be already underway because we don't have any overnight inventory to speak of. Here's where we opened last night, right about there. Where did we open the regular trading hour session? Right about there. We took a look, couldn't take out the overnight low, couldn't hold below weekly kickoff low. If we look at these bars prior to the open, support. So the market took a look to it, now is driving to the upside. I'm looking for the market to at least test this naked point of control from yesterday. There's more information up above, especially this trend line. This trend line is going to be kind of a cool visual for longs to look to lighten up some of their positions, if not get out, and a new opportunity for us to perhaps see a rotation back to the low end of the channel, or a breakout to the upside takes us all the way to take out that overnight recent high that we were just kind of talking about. So there may be some pretty interesting things going on here in crude oil. Even if you don't trade it, there's something to learn from keeping an eye on it. Yes. Now let's take a look at the gold. Gold in them thar hills, right? So we had we've discussed this a lot. I mean, we had this technical pattern that broke to the downside. Dollar's been strong. Everything has been leading to lower gold pricing. How is the auction doing? Well, we started to see yesterday a little bit of a drop in volume in futures. We still added 1,300 in open interest. So the auction to the downside is still kind of getting a B, maybe a B minus now with the drop in volume yesterday. The attracted participants seem to be kind of shying away a little bit now, and we're getting pretty cheap here. This 1820 weekly kickoff low is an area where I'm going to be looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventories, whether they get out of shorts, whether they get into longs here, or if we do accept below that, we may see some more continuation to the downside. There's a lot of space down back below there. Here we had a lot of space here below these lows. We have a little bit more space to the downside. So what does that mean for us today? Well, I mentioned yesterday, I'm going to be aware of the directional activity we've had over the past few sessions, how directional it is. And, I'm going to be really cautious to make sure that I don't get caught in a vicious pullback, a vicious return, or a vicious move in the opposite direction. When everybody gets short, that's when that's going to happen. So make sure you protect yourselves today. Beware of the vicious pullback. Take a look at the 30-minute chart.
All right, we've got just about 30 seconds here, Johnny.
All right, I'll get this in here. So another gap was left Friday to Monday. Overnight inventory. Do we have anything? Not really. Not really. Did we open with a gap? Looks like we've closed the gap. Really just try and be patient here. If we continue to put in higher highs and higher lows in short time frame like this, there are many, many targets, a lot of unfinished business up higher. Naked point of control, naked point of control, gap, naked point of control, another gap, naked point of control. The move to the downside has been directional. It has been strong, but it has been sloppy. There's a lot of weak structure above this market. So again, I caution you, be careful, take your deep breath, stay cool, calm, collected, stay grateful, creative in your trading today. And we'll look forward to seeing you here in just a few minutes here.
Radio. So I'm watching that gold too, all the way from the 29th, and it's trending down. We'll see. But hang tight, sharpen your pencils, make sure there's ink in your pen. We'll be right back. All right, we're back with Deeyana. Deeyana Angelo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eddie. See you guys again.
Very nice to have you with us here. And, real quick here, we've got to get our ponies in the gates. So we're going to have our opening number here coming up in just a few seconds. But once again, thank you very much for being with us.
Pleasure to be here.
So hopefully we have some opportunity here in fast market. And I got a couple seconds here. We'll see what's going on. But yeah, your crude took a nice little bounce here just a little while ago.
Yeah, well, it was pretty cheap.
Yeah, I didn't really move too far from that level that I did on Friday, actually. So now it seems to be going into value acceptance.
Right there.
And they're off.
All right, we'll bring up the mini S&Ps and we'll see what's happening here. It was a kind of a refreshing break, I think, for some of the NASDAQ people, because Michael's always trading the NASDAQ and I'm an S&P trader. So we're getting more of a look at the S&Ps this week, which is a lot of folks were commenting yesterday. That was cool. Opening range $5.
$5.
Overnight inventory is short. $6 opening range. Seeing some buyers. Delta is pretty positive here, 1,500. Overnight inventory would probably take us pretty much right back to settlement. Opening range in the NASDAQ is, where is it? There it is. 26 points. We may take out the low of this opening range first here. If that's the case, we may just wait and see what happens on the overnight low. The overnight low is pretty weak. Weak low in the S&Ps yesterday, weak low here. NASDAQ never took out the opening range yesterday. I mean, NASDAQ held up much better than the S&Ps.
I always feel like NASDAQ is the psycho bunny version of S&P.
Yeah,
I can concur with that. I can't even trade it. It gives me heart palpitations, Deeyana.
Yeah, I'm the same, actually. Yeah, I used to be able to trade it when I was a little bit younger, but in the last sort of year, my health has been a little bit rocky, so I just can't. It's just like, ugh. Who needs the stress, right? Stress. We all have enough stress in our lives.
exactly.
All right, took out the low in both.
Oh, 30-minute. We got that double bottom there. Same thing here in the NASDAQ, double bottom. I'm going to watch that level. It's a little
enticing. That overnight low. Missed the opening range here. Back in it now, though. Oof.
It's definitely a bit rangy, NASDAQ. Oh, like I'm looking at the 4-hour chart just to get a better idea of what is actually going on.
I'm sorry, I kind of missed part of that, Deeyana.
I said I'm looking at the 4-hour chart in NASDAQ, and it's definitely a bit rangy over the previous couple of days, maybe even 3 days. We have some overlapping values as well.
You mentioned that 4-hour chart last time you were on. Why? I haven't heard too many people using that 4-hour chart. Why do you use that?
I prefer to look at the larger time frames first. It gives me a little bit of a better narrative of what's happened outside of the main trading session. But then also sometimes these overnight levels, for me that's Asia, can be reactive, especially if you have like a bracketing market or neutral day, or you're expecting some kind of a slowdown before the market breaks away further. And 4-hour chart, and actually a daily chart as well, can be very, very helpful. So regardless of the fact that I am an intraday trader and that most of my trades rarely last longer than about 45 minutes, I'm still using the larger time frames as my kind of loose trade locations, and then I zoom in with the order flow, with the auction process, with some of my average range levels as well. And it's just a better orientation point for me. And I think it's like that for most of my market stalkers as well. Once we kind of zoom out a little bit, things are no longer as psycho bunny, especially on things like NASDAQ. They can happen really quickly. So if you're staring at a 2-minute chart or an order flow, everything's like, really hectic. But you just got to step back. I actually remember it was in one of the prop trading companies. We had a young dude who was there, and it was the NFP release, which is something that we're going to have this week as well. And he was staring at a 2-minute chart. So obviously the NFP went through, even though we were all warned it was going to happen. He didn't quite know. He was very new, and he's like, "Oh my God, I just aged like 20 years overnight." And I was like, "Yeah, man, get off the 2-minute."
Deeyana, real quick, we've got some people here that are wondering, who is that? Can you give us a quick bio, who you are and what you do?
So I started independently trading many years ago. So I started officially trading seriously 15 years ago. And then in 2013, I thought to myself, oh, I'm pretty good at this. Maybe I should go into prop trading. So I signed up for an apprenticeship in Chicago. It was a company called Infinium, something like that. So yeah, they were like a market making firm, more than anything. And that's where I first learned about the volume profile, market profile, but they didn't really go too much in depth because they wanted us to do like 1 million trades a day. Now, since then, I've come back to London, UK, where I'm still located to this day. And when I came back, I was looking for a Chicago-based prop firm, but I wanted to work remotely, obviously, because I didn't want to live in Chicago. I had everything, I had my life here. So I found Topstep, and I got funded. And eventually I got really close to Hoag and to Mike and to Eddie. So yeah, and ever since I went my own way, so I stayed funded for a while. And in the last, I suppose, 3 or 4 years, I created the Market Stalkers educational program, which is CPD certified and geared specifically to people who want to elevate their trading skills. I use a combination of supply and demand on large timeframes, which is kind of like a large time frame institutional order flow. You're still looking at where the big buyers and sellers have come from. And then I like to zoom into the intraday levels using market profile, average ranges in many different ways. I actually have my own version of the average range called average session range, which only looks at the active session. And yeah, so all of that means that today I'm an educator, I'm still an active trader, and I trade my own capital, but I'm also still funded by some companies, and I train people how to do the same. So yeah, cool. That's me.
Thank you, Deeyana. So there you have it, folks, and I rest my case.
Yeah, she's a real underachiever, in case you didn't know.
That's right. Yeah, I'm very lazy.
No, she's accomplished so many things, and that's just the trading side of it. Well, she was a session musician. She was a professional musician
for about 20 years. Yeah,
20 years. Mm-hmm. You've probably heard her playing on some of the albums that you currently have, and I'm saying albums because I'm old. Maybe CDs, maybe
albums are hip still.
iPods.
There were still albums when I was back doing the session music stuff. Yeah, we had a lot of compilations from Ministry of Sound because I was Ministry of Sound sax player. I also did a lot of gigs with various artists. One of the biggest ones was Rod Stewart. So yeah, I've been around.
And on top of all of that, how many dogs do you have?
I have 8 dogs.
8 dogs.
8 dogs. Very busy.
Puppies.
8 dogs. And
actually, 3 of them are in here today.
Are they?
Yeah. I think they're asleep. We took them out for a walk.
You wear them out a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
if you hear barking, don't be alarmed.
No. We're used to that. NASDAQ making a nice little headway north.
Mm-hmm.
Still hasn't taken out the high of the opening range.
Tap my crude. Is crude moving today? Hello.
Yeah, crude oil and early value acceptances are always a bit dodgy. I looked at the probabilities of that because over time, I kept trying to do early value acceptance trades on crude oil, and it never really worked for me. So
very tricky.
Yeah, very tricky. So for me, I would either look for a complete pullback somewhere near value low as a potential entry, or maybe we might be looking at some kind of a neutral day as well eventually when nothing really moves and we come back through the initial balance and then some. So yeah, but I'm very, very skeptical if the value acceptance happens outside of the C period.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Moving a little bit now.
You had a little freeze in your chart there, Eddie?
Well, it seemed like, for crude, I'm watching all 4 markets here.
Right. Yeah.
So it seemed like a little. They went to the corner for a donut and a coffee real quick.
Well,
and now they're back.
We got to our first target, which was the volume point of control from yesterday, at least on this chart. Both the S&Ps and the NASDAQ have taken out the high and the low of the opening range and are sitting in the middle of the range. I think being patient today has certainly been a good idea. Ralph, the opening range is, I look at it, is the first minute of the session, first minute of the trading session, regular trading hour trading session. There are a lot of other people, there are a lot of other traders out there that look at the first 30 seconds. There are traders that look at the first 5 minutes as an opening range. I even heard of one trader who was using the initial balance as the opening range. If they did that yesterday in the S&Ps, they would have gotten smoked.
Yeah, that's a long opening range.
Yes, it's a lot of risk.
I mean, it can be a reference point for the type of day we have, but I wouldn't look at it as the opening range. But hey, whatever works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Roy is saying he's looking for the 10-minute break on the ES before looking before long or resistance. But he's using, I would say that would probably be a 10-minute opening range. 15 minutes for Rusty Golfer. You know, Deeyana, you were talking last week when you were here, and I think you were kind of mentioning that you prefer to let like the initial balance establish itself.
Yeah, it's never really
getting involved.
Yeah, I've always looked at the probabilities. I'm a big data person, so I like my data analytics, and I like to see how many times, because, you know, I have so many trades at this point in my life that you can go back and look at certain probabilities of how you acted within a certain time period around a certain level. And you can also look at whether the market did what you expected it to do. And honestly, I couldn't really find any good repeatable events that happened for the initial balance. Maybe like around 3 setups, one of which being the value acceptance, just not on CL. But ES does very well with early acceptance trades. And also, if you have a big gap up or gap down, and we happen to be opening around the fixed daily range level, that could be a return to value opportunity if we're obviously opening with a gap.
So would you call yourself a reversion trader or more of a...
No, I mean, I don't think I would classify myself as anything in particular, because at this point, I just take whatever the market gives me. I'm very good at figuring out what sort of a day we have on our hands, and then my strategy will adapt depending on that. So rather than me kind of going, I'm just a mean reversion trader, I'm only going to look at these levels, I have various orientation points. So, you know, depending on how big the initial balance is that day or how small the initial balance is, are we opening near the value area, inside of it, outside of it, and how far outside of it? So all of that plays into my very systematic way of looking at how I'm going to trade that day. So sometimes I might be looking for a bigger target of 90, 100 ticks. On some other days, I might only look for about 30 to 35 ticks. And, it all depends what we have. So I think as an intraday trader, ultimately, you can't really just be one thing. You have to learn how to grapple with every sort of a day type that the market throws at you. And that's where the consistency lies. And I suppose that's the toughest thing.
Hey, real quick, let me just jump in here. Those that are posting some issues with TS Trader, try loading up the web version. We're being told that, once again, it's a TDV issue, but give the web a try.
Thanks, Eddie. So, Deeyana, in being able to be prepared for any type of market date or day type, I should say.
Yeah.
You mentioned the last time we chatted, it's all about the hypotheses. You got to prepare for what might happen, and then when you recognize that there is a strategy that attaches to that hypothesis.
To me, it's the level, time of day. I actually have this saying, time of day is a level, because in the instruments that I trade, which is mainly crude oil, gold, but I mean, I also trade ES and DAX, depending on, what I'm doing, how busy I am that day. I like to have options. But the time of day is so important, and I think it's a little bit neglected in a lot of the strategies, and yet it can be so powerful. Like, for example, crude oil and gold are both sort of Forex linked products. They have a very big correlation with Canadian dollar and Australian dollar, respectively. And in the Forex market, you do have these options that expire every single day at a particular time of day. And that's referred to as the 10 a.m. New York cut. Now, at that time of day, you usually get some sort of a reversal because there's like so many options getting exercised, which, by the way, happens automatically these days in most markets, or in all markets, I think, now. But yeah, that causes a particular event. And if you don't know that, you're constantly going to be looking for maybe a breakout, even though eventually you get a reversal. So you have to be careful with times of day. And then ES has this push in the last sort of hour and a half, specifically when the bond markets effectively close. There's a settlement time for bond markets, and then, you get more push. Well, traditionally, ES likes to turn around during those times. So, time of day, very important for me, at least.
Agreed. Now, you mentioned 10 o'clock for gold. Are you talking 10 o'clock Chicago time?
Eastern. So that'll be 9 a.m.
So right around the London close.
I think it's about an hour before the London close, because London close officially is, I think, 4:15. I think. I always trade the U.S. session, so London. When I trade London, I just trade it up to my midday, which is like 6, 7 a.m. in the morning Eastern. So yeah, I'm not really that interested what happens in the overlap period, and I rarely trade the overlap. I might hold a position in DAX that I traded during London. I might hold that until the cash open, but other than that, I don't really. As soon as you guys wake up, the volumes are so massive. Whatever London did with our like little volumes and stuff, it just gets obliterated. So to me, it just doesn't really make sense.
What would happen if we don't wake up?
I don't know. Oh God, that's a worrying thought.
Wow, where's the volume? Nothing happened here.
Yeah, it actually has happened a couple of times. It's happened. I remember when there was like a government shutdown many moons ago, and the market just went dead. And it wasn't just during the shutdown; it was like dead for a whole year.
Oh my goodness.
So I would be like, where is everybody? What's happening? So I actually defaulted to trading London during that time, that whole year. And London is tough with the trade. I mean, London doesn't have the two-sided moves that are so prevalent for the US session. And I live for the two-sided moves. I know for swing trading, it's a disaster because people are like, yeah, I'm in. Oh, no, I'm not. But for intraday traders, it's awesome because it doesn't matter if you miss one opportunity. Give it a couple of hours later, you're going to get another one. So I don't really care what time of day I'm trading as long as I get one of my hypos in. So it's pretty handy.
Understandable. All right. As mentioned, we've got job openings for August in about 10 minutes. The prior 8.8. They're looking at a forecast of 8.8. Also, we'll see what's cooking here. And also for you dairy lovers, we got milk auctions also at that time. So you want chocolate or you want regular? We'll keep an eye on that.
Milk futures were a really popular product about, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 years ago. They were traded on the floor at the Mercantile Exchange. Maybe even 50 years ago. It was a very volatile period of time. It was a very popular product to try and go trade. Some people made some real money in it.
Yeah, and they had that butter. Any more trading for butter? That used to be on the floor. But that butter market would like open and close within like 10 minutes. Nothing? Okay.
Yeah,
It's kind of like the London Metal Exchange, because I don't know whether you know how they do it there, but you have separate metals traded in 5-minute increments. So you have nickel, you have, I don't know, like anything apart from the precious metal. And then eventually you have the curb trading for 10 minutes when everything is traded. And curb trading is because back in the old days, the traders used to trade in coffee shops, and then they used to get a bit rowdy. So they used to chuck, the owners of the coffee shops used to chuck them out on the street, and they would continue to shout on the curb, which is why it's called curb trading to this day.
Yeah, well, Board of Trade, I think, pretty much started on a curb in Chicago.
Yeah. I think most market started out like that.
You know, John, every once in a while we've ended up in the curve, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, after a couple of nights at series, it's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few nights crawling in the city of London out of a black cab back in the old days.
Thank God those are behind us.
God, you know what? You're so
We don't
right.
have to do that anymore.
I think now I spend my weekends just resting because, you know, these young people who just keep going out, like I'm going to sound like a really old woman now. You know, they all go out over the weekends and then they're like trying to work on Monday. It's like,
We all used to do it, you know. It's like you said, the olden days when everything was just black and white. There was no color, wasn't invented yet back in the day.
that's right. Yeah. I made a little joke towards the end of my previous long form YouTube video when I was talking about switching from Forex to futures. So in the end, I said, that I was talking about open outcry hours and settlement times. And I was like, yeah, that would signal the end of the trading. So time to go get smashed in a pub.
Smashed.
Well, we're getting a pretty decent move in the equities up here with overnight inventory adjustment. But I'm still, you know, trying to stay patient here with the JOLTS number coming out at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are seeing what NASDAQ just tagging that 100 SMA. I mean, we've got some action here at ES and NASDAQ, but I tell you, this crude is very undecided which way it wants to go here. So, really
Yeah,
good
there was
opportunity.
very little overnight inventory. I mean, you know, we talked about the channel or the channel that it's currently in, possibly creating a bull flag. But until then, you know, we're looking at the extremes of these trend lines. First stop was going to be the point of control from yesterday. I'm trying to keep one eye here on gold because we starting to see higher lows, higher highs. I've been very kind of cautious about not getting caught in a vicious pullback because it's been pretty directional to the downside. And I don't think the volume yesterday was pretty low. So it seems as though the auction is suffering or aging a little bit to the downside. We're keeping an eye on this.
One more time, let me just interject real quick. For those using TS Trader, if you're having some issues, go to the web version. All right, yes, Tradeovate is once again. We'll stop right there, but please use the web version, give it a try, and it should work for you. Yes, Deeyana, you were saying?
We also have the NFP week, so that tends to be a little bit weird always. Mm-hmm. You kind of have a lot of fake outs, and then some institutions also might be getting rid of some positions and positioning ahead of NFP. And I always find that it's not that lucrative to trade it. It kind of looks like they're starting huge momentums, and then it never really follows through until the release. And then the next week is like go, go, go.
And there's always seems like there's something ahead of us that we've got to keep an eye out for, right? If it's not non-farm payrolls, it's PCE or the FOMC. Something's always looming out there, waiting to get us.
And also with me and the old style of prop trading, you wouldn't really be allowed to trade through any of the news events for at least a few minutes. So for me, I kind of learned my lesson to just sit and wait until all the major releases are done, which is usually right around 10 a.m. Eastern. So that's 9 a.m. your time. Hoag.
Yes. And we do have
5 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
So we got our good friend Josiah has taken a long here at 13, he says, on the high volume node here with the low volume below. Not a bad trade location, Josiah. Looking like you've got things headed your way, at least for now. Looking good.
It's a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. For me, that would be like the middle of the range on ES.
Yeah. It's something that I talk about sometimes. You know, if the market is is becoming directional, or you think it's going to start to become directional. I mean, as far as the profile is concerned, you're right, Deeyana. It's not great trade location, but we've got a distribution of volume here and a distribution of volume here, low volume node here. I've had some success in looking for, I call them volume shoulders, Eddie and Deeyana, where it goes from a high volume node to a low volume node. Anything on the lower shoulder here for longs lets you limit risk. It's only because it limits risk. It's, you don't know if it's going to become directional, but I look for these low volume nodes to remain supportive in longs and resistant in shorts.
Hey, Hoag, would you
Yes,
mind moving that chart a little bit away from?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cases?
Yeah, that's right. It's behind everybody here. So again, we got a distribution of volume. If the market's going to become directional, I want it to maintain price above the low volume node here. Price moved quickly there. It's showing a sign of acceptance in volume here. If it stays above this, then continuation might be likely. So, as far as the profile, the day time frame profile, it's not good trade location. But by the end of the day, you never know.
It's the name of the game. You never know.
You never know, right? So I don't think he's really taken any heat on that. I mean, when he commented on it, it was already in money, and I don't think it's gone back to that level. So nice job, at least for now.
Okay. Real quick here, Maple Hearn sort of stepping up to the plate and sharing some good advice. Very close to passing my first combine. 150K was down to $77 of drawdown left 2 weeks ago. Now 3K away from the XFA. Patience, young tutor. Yes, patience. Thanks for sharing that, Maple.
So one of my lights fell down. So.
Gravity sucks. Gravity sucks.
So Deeyana, yeah.
There's a question for you here from Chris Kringle, also known as Santa Claus. He was asking, do you consider or do you take whole numbers into consideration and crude, the big fat round numbers?
I do. I even take the 0.50 as a round number as well. So if I have a level, I will also try to be very aware of where the round number is as well. And then I'll try to position myself away from that, or at least a stop to be away from that if I can help it. Obviously, it's not always possible, but you do your best to try and find a better trade location. And it's also down to the type of trade that you're doing. If you're doing some kind of a breakout trade, expecting the market to move to new levels, obviously then, dick it around with like round numbers is not going to be the best choice because you're going to miss the trade altogether. So you have to match the strategy with whatever type of movement you're expecting. But if you're looking at a quieter day like today, I wouldn't say that we're like going to be, firing on all sides with crude because it's pretty slow even for initial balance. So I think you can work a little bit harder to get those trade location closer to the round numbers. I actually have an area of interest around 90.06. So that would be a good sort of zone, a key level to observe if we get there for any shorts. I also have the potential for a value low as well, maybe, because we have a very large move that happens pretty much at the open. And whenever you have those kind of buying wicks on a 30-minute chart, they tend to get traded through, or the price kind of returns almost to the low where this move came from. So that would be another area. So there's no choices. But, if I were to guess what's going to happen, we're either going to end up in a neutral day or we're going to go higher. So we'll see.
So you would be kind of comfortable with the long shadow at the bottom of the 8 o'clock bar here in crude oil. To look for a deeper pullback, to look for a long.
Yeah.
All right, a few seconds here on Jolts.
Awesome.
See if we can get this life back in this Let's see.
I wonder if Josiah is holding into it. Yikes.
And here we go, 9 o'clock number. Let's see what we got here. Hello.
Not.
Just a wee delay here.
There goes the yes.
Yep.
Big change.
9.61.
6, yes.
Yikes.
That's why we see the change in direction.
Good, Josiah. He got out of that long before the number came out. Good
one.
thing.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. So what does that mean? Job openings, greater number of job openings, hot employment, higher rates, longer.
It's measuring the job vacancies, collects data from employers about their business employment, job openings, recruitment, hires, separations.
Yes,
And,
there's also some quitting involved, job opening and labor turnovers.
Yeah.
I always feel that the jobs numbers are a little bit misleading, especially like the jobless claims and stuff like that. Because like when somebody is unemployed, like how many people actually look to be actually registered as unemployed? Not that many. You'd have to be like pretty desperate to go there. So I kind of think that it's not always the full picture.
Right. I mean, in the U.S., there's unemployment insurance. So if you lose your job, you can claim unemployment, which they give you money, but over a period of time that goes away. So you don't know how many people are actually unemployed. Maybe they've timed out of their unemployment. Maybe they didn't get it. Maybe they didn't try to get it. Something like that. It is a very blurry number for sure.
Yeah, I suppose that's why we can look at the labor force as well. Because if that's diminished, that means some people have just given up, presumably.
Yeah.
I mean, what it says here, reading that is stronger is generally supportive bullish. But we're seeing this market
bullish to the dollar, maybe?
For the U.S. dollar, yes.
Yeah.
While a weaker forecast reading is generally negative for the buck.
Yeah, the U.S. dollar really popped after that number came out, and the S&P, of course, moving lower.
And so is the gold. Gold.
Strong dollar,
Well,
weak
heavy.
gold.
Yeah.
I had one of my market stalkers who jumped in on that gold move.
Who
So
did?
from around value low. So yeah, he's actually got 2R on that. It's a good trade.
Nice. There's the gold. 30-minute chart.
Yeah, I had a little gravity pulled that down a little bit. What do you have for the weekly kickoff numbers in gold, John?
Weekly kickoff low is 1820.
Okay.
Here it is. So we'll look at this on the daily chart.
Yeah, we still got a little ways to go here, but knocking on the door, gravitating towards that 1820.
Yeah, it's pretty close to these swing lows over here. There's a little bit more to that number than just these lows, these swing lows. You're seeing some pretty decent volume here. Here's the 30-minute.
Yeah.
So some pretty good volume here.
Right before that number.
Took us right to settlement, and then that was it. So that settlement play To it or away from it. Pretty decent trade here in gold. What's crude doing? Just
Not much.
chilling. Just chilling.
James Van Hofwegen is asking, Head and Shoulders developing in crude?
What's that?
Yeah, the whole Head and Shoulders thing. I am not like, I kind of look at those chart patterns, because it's like a chart pattern. You're trying to find a formation or form picture of something, Head and Shoulders, dragon, butterfly, like all that. I never really feel like that's a very technical way. It's super discretionary, and maybe it might work for long-term trading, but in intraday, you really need something that's going to give you accurate trade locations, real-time price activity. If you don't get that, especially with crude, it can be so fast. Like today, it's not the fastest day, but that's actually an odd day for crude oil, because usually it's a very, very fast-moving product. And if you don't catch the move within, a few seconds, your entry is gone. Like it's like 30 ticks out. So yeah, the whole Head and Shoulders thing, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not really in favor of that. If anything, I would be looking maybe for rally-based rally, which is a supply and demand formation, purely because of the jump off a cliff that we had, and then some slowdown. And then we kind of went to lower lows on the daily chart. And now we're seeing that typical correction after breaking the established lows, which happens very frequently. And the reason why it happens is that when you break a low, initially the sell side is not maybe that strong to keep the move going, so they have to go back up to pick up some more orders from a deeper liquidity pool before they go back down. So now it's a question of where the next supply area is. Like, what do institutional participants perceive as a good supply? And that's the part that I'm quite good at usually. And sometimes I play the corrections if they happen at the right time of day. Today, because the move up is happening inside the initial balance, that's not really how I like to play it. So I'm still being very patient. I don't really have any good levels yet. We did bounce off the POC, but apart from that,
Right.
I'm just waiting.
I'm assuming that James' question was about the daily chart. Because I mean, sort of here. I mean,
maybe we got one shoulder.
Right.
Crude daily. I don't know. We can ask him, James.
It's a bit wonky, Head and Shoulders.
Because I mean, you could see it here on the 30-minute as well. So there's a shoulder, here's a head, perhaps another shoulder, and then lower.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Oh, he's looking at his 600 tick
crude.
Got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the time frame is always helpful when we're talking about technical patterns.
Yeah. Sometimes I have new people coming for like performance coaching in the program, and they're like, they show me the chart, and I see nothing because there's no product, there's no price, there's no time frame.
Right.
I'm like, what are you looking at?
Right.
Could you give me more detail? And they're like, oh yeah, sorry. And then again, they do a screenshot with prices, so I have to play detective. Like, oh, okay, he's trading.
Okay, what product? What time frame?
Yeah. So as much detail as possible.
Deeyana, JT is asking, Deeyana, what do you think of these levels? The 87.40 to the 87.19.
Let's have a look.
Go back to crude here.
Yeah.
87.40. I don't really see anything at 87.40. I do see something at 87. There's a little bit of demand there on the daily.
Yeah.
And of course, at the moment, we are potentially creating a demand area if the move that we've seen in the last sort of hour holds up. Then we'll have a new demand area. And in that case, you probably don't want to go against that. So then we're looking at a correction up to maybe 91 area, because that's where the previous selling was happening.
We might put in our other shoulder here too.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're listening and you're watching and you like what's going on, hit that like button. Smash that like button. 163. It's a little light today.
Caress
show the love.
The like button. Caress the like button.
We need some love here. And subscribe, too. Did you see what we did? Over 30,000 subscribers here. So,
wow.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hit that like button. Thank you very much. Show your love.
Don't forget, it is lucky.
The lucky like button.
It is the lucky like button.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, we got a good response there.
Wow, nice. Thank you. All right. So, our little bear flag breakout, getting a little bit of help from some bad news. 42.77 is last week's low. But we're still, I mean, we're kind of getting close to the potential area of balance, the previous area of balance. Been trying to stay patient between the areas of balance because it's been, a little bit random. There were a few trades yesterday that I missed that I should have been more aggressive on. But this is, Deeyana, do you find it difficult to trade in front of God and everybody?
2 years ago, before I started doing the live streams every day, it was extremely difficult because I felt very nervous and I thought to myself, oh my God, what if I can't remember what to do and, very nervous. But the more you do it, the more you get back to trading normally. I did have a time when I felt compelled to do a trade just because I'm doing a live stream. Because I'm like, oh, what are they going to watch if I don't do a live stream? It's like, no, That's not the point. We're better off doing better analysis than taking subpar setups. Because I'm not a scalper, John. You know me, so I like
me either, really.
Yeah, exactly. So I like to take a good chunk of the move that we're seeing, and if I don't have that opportunity, I will sit and wait. So I'm never going to be one of those people who kicks off 20 trades a day. I'm usually, if I'm trading multiple products, then I might do up to 4 trades. But if I'm only doing crude oil for whatever reason, I will just do crude oil, do 1, maybe 2 trades and be done with it. So I rarely spend more than about 3 hours per day actively trading because I like to live my life. I like to do other things rather than sit here and kind of...
As we get older, yes, we have to do that. Find as much. Yeah, it's like you stay up on the weekends. You stay up as late as you can and get up as early as you can, just so your life is prolonged. So try that. Hey, we got just coming in here for group coaching. We got our good friend Coach Jay going to join us. I guess Coach Paul has something, can't make it, but we will have Coach Jay for group coaching. I'll join you there. And Dr. Dax says Eddie sings for my like. So I will sing, oh, the summer winds came blowing in across the sea.
Oh,
now let's
goodness.
see that like.
He's singing Bobby Darin.
Oh. They're like, who's Bobby Darin? I know Robert Plant did that one. It's a Robert Plant song.
Yes, a lot of young people in here will be, who's Robert Plant?
True, yeah, but you go even farther, yeah. Bobby Darin.
Right, so it's
left field for the Twins.
In ES and NQ, both of them are coming up to the average daily range exhaustion level, to the downside, obviously. Now, there is an average session range lower down as well, but this would be like the first orientation point where I might want to see something happen. And then if we don't get a reversal and the price just smashes through it, then I go to the next area of orientation. And it really depends how much much space I've got to those daily ranges, because that tells me whether there is enough range left for me to do the trade or not. And then if we're going to have a unidirectional day, just a day where the market keeps going, all of those ranges should get ignored. And then we have a potential to actually go with the momentum down. So we'll see.
Okay. So where is that level in the S&P?
So S&P, I've got 42.88. And then the average session range exhaustion level is 42.69.5.
Okay. So consider a little bit lower here, huh?
Yeah.
42.69. We had 42.77 last week's low. Boy, we're really just driving here, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Negative delta, about 4,700 negative. Last week's low coming up.
Boy, Deeyana, your crude really isn't giving us much of a ride here today.
No. It's having a slow start. Must be hungover or something.
Light a match. See what's going on.
Yeah, crude oil seems to have lost its
Energy. I make myself laugh sometimes. All right. Here's the daily. Here's the 30. There's last week's low right there. I mean, we're just putting lower highs or lows. I feel like it's too early to look for a reversion trade in the S&Ps.
Yeah, again, like I said, with me and the reversion trades, they work the best for the last hour of trading. Usually, if you're going to get something, it's going to keep going. If you get a directional move in ES this early in the day. I mean, we're not even through the initial balance yet, so it's very, very early.
Right.
Well, Deeyana, one of your fellow market stalkers, Ride or Die, is here.
Yes. Yeah.
Repping your crew.
Your crew. Yo, yo, yo.
His name is Juan, I think.
Juan. Welcome, Juan.
What kind of last name is I think?
Juan, I think. Yeah.
Juan, I think. I had to school with that kid.
Yeah, he's been learning. He's had a pretty big jump in skill improvement. So I'm very proud of him. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently we're still having issues with Trade-Evade. Not much we're going to be able to do about it here. Just make sure that you're in contact with our support team about it. And as Eddie mentioned earlier, you might want to try the web-based version of it.
You guys don't have the connection with Ninja and Trade-Evade thingy, because some companies have done that. So whatever trades you have in Trade-Evade, they'll show up in Ninja and vice versa.
Not sure.
I don't think you have that.
Yeah, there is a question here. Greg's asking, what does Deeyana mean by not through initial balance? Well,
we're still inside it. Like it's going to end in about 12 minutes time. Yeah, it's the first hour of trading.
Right. So this is the S&Ps. And on this platform, the initial balance is represented by this blue line. So the initial balance is the first hour of trading, unless it's really being extended right at the hour. But this is based off of still kind of pit trading. I mean, the initial balance was the first hour of trading, and it was where like local traders, individual traders would be looking for a range where they could expect two-sided trade, where they can start working the bid and the offer at the same time. So it's still important. It still gives you references to an early range for the day and to where the market may fall into that range and start to establish value, or if it continues out of that range, you may end up with a directional day.
Or with a failed auction.
Or with, yes.
If they attempt to get outside of it, they fail, and then they come back to the initial balance range. So you have basically the range that gets established and the time, 1 hour. So, those two kind of work in synchronicity, I suppose. So that's what I mean, is we're not through the initial balance. So the initial balance is still happening. This is the initial balance in ES. In crude oil, it's over because crude oil old open outcry hours for NYMEX used to start earlier, so half an hour earlier than the cash session. So crude oil has its C period in TPO, market profile, whereas ES is still in its B period. Does that make sense?
Right, yeah. The regular trading hours are opens are different for crude and the ES.
Yeah.
Crude opens at
and
8
gold.
Central.
Yeah.
Yes, and the currencies, gold, treasuries, they have different opening times also. They always used to be 7:20, but most charts won't let you start a chart at 7:20.
Yeah, I've actually just gotten somebody asking me that. They were trying to start the chart at 45 minutes past, like the market profile, and it wouldn't allow it. So I was like, yeah, that's nothing to do with us. That's probably the platform.
Yeah.
Crude,
All
just
right.
seeing crude sitting on settlement 88.82.
Yep.
We can get past that. I think we might have game on.
So we're getting a pretty decent pullback off last week's low. That low, 73.75. Not quite Deeyana's 72.69 level.
Mm-hmm. 42.69. But yeah.
Yeah. So, here's another kind of example of, if we're going to remain directional, this low volume node here, I wanted to represent resistance. So anywhere between here and here could be a decent entry because it allows me to limit risk. Now, I'm not taking this because I'm concerned that the last week's low is going to prove to be a failed auction and a finished downside auction. I don't know this, but it is a distinct possibility.
There's a high probability possibility.
Yes. So, if I were to look for a short here, I'd want really good trade location like 81.5. And then my stop's got to be on the other side of this, 3.5. So we'll go 5. So now we're set to see if we get a fill there. And it may just leave us behind. That's been happening a lot to me lately. I don't know why. Probably the decision making and the risk from trading in front of God and everybody. I'm going to get used to that. I'm going to be very good at it. I think a little bit of time off is going to help, Dee.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Bit of Florida sunshine.
Yes. Yeah, a little R&R.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the dome, we do have some buildup of limit orders at 42.75. So we'll see how the price assaults that. If we come in there pretty hot and heavy, then it's probably going to break down. But yeah, but if not.
Hey, just an update here. Yes, Rhythmic. We've got some issues with Rhythmic. We're looking into them right now. Apologies. Once again, our hands are pretty much tied. So, but we're cracking the whip. We'll get an answer to you as soon as we can.
So I think our good friend Joe Drinnen was talking about some of this liquidity that he was seeing down below. 75, as Deeyana was just talking about, we've got a pretty decent bid there. markets have a tendency to go towards the liquidity, and we're seeing more, I think, liquidity on the downside than the upside right now. Still didn't get a fill on my opportunity here. Maybe a little bit late to the party for that. But still just hanging around here, the 77 level.
Yeah, some buyers here.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, JTMP will be back tomorrow, and we'll have Danny also be back with us tomorrow, Wednesday. So, clean your room, pick everything up. Everything looks neat. MP will be back. I used to love when my grandma would visit, because she'd come and clean my room. Not even ask. You know, like last week she came and cleaned my room. It was real nice.
My grandma used to live with me, so she was always cleaning up. We never needed a maid or anything. It was always like her going around cleaning.
That was her gig. Yeah, that was her gig.
She actually went a little bit too far, because the house that I have in Belgrade, Serbia, where I'm from, there's 2 ways to come into the living room from the kitchen. So usually I would make my meal or whatever and then go and eat in the living room so I could watch TV or something. I know, very bad. And then I would come back and there would be nothing there. So I was like, what? And she would go the other way and take it, because she would assume that I had left. Like, what are you doing?
It's my food. Dang nabbit, Grandma.
Yeah,
A little too quick.
Yeah. It's like flash grandma.
Flash Grandma.
So we're short now. We're short 42.81 half.
All right.
You know, I'm okay with the risk. We'll just see what happens here. So again, the reason we took that trade is this low volume node right up here. If the market's going to continue, I want price to stay below this low volume node. So we'll see what happens.
Just one thing in ES that's kind of worrying me slightly about that is that the initial balance is coming to a point where it's on the wide side. Because if just looking at my Patak DR numbers here, so we have the average session range set at about 193 ticks. And the initial balance is 173 ticks. Now,
right, so
whenever I see that, I'm not that happy, because the wide initial balance is rarely a sign of a good momentum down. It's not like it never happens, because on NFP weeks, you can't have institutions getting rid of their positions. So, you know, it can continue into a single direction day. It's just from a technical standpoint, I like to see something different, so that the initial balance is not that massive.
Right. Well, you just talked me out of it.
No. Don't let me talk you out of it. I'm just giving my view, you know.
No, I said price got back down to that 42.77 level, and we haven't seen any sign of acceptance. We made a couple of shekels on that trade. I am not a scalper. Again, it may look like it right now, but I'm not. So we're just going to take that and move along.
Charles got a question here. Hoag or D? Do you merge TPO profiles to make multiple day profiles? For example, last 5 day session TPOs merged are making a perfect bell.
For me, I would say no, because I look at the larger time frame supply and demand. That gives me, I would say, a similar view. So for me, I like to have a slightly different concept rather than merging profiles. I know, Hoag, you do this every so often.
Yeah, once in a great while. And this is not populating correctly at this time. Okay, of course, you know, this is trade evade. So, and rarely will I look at it. There's just not enough detail in it, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just like distribution curves, and it's like, and sometimes you find single prints on those merged profiles, but it's so rare. I personally don't really see much use that I could, kind of sit at my desk and look at the merged profiles and then derive any sort of really useful information. For me, just looking at pure chart-based sort of candlesticks and where the large buyers and sellers have been before, how far the price moved from that area, did we test it before, like all of that stuff. So to me, that's a lot more useful than just looking at a bell curve from multiple profiles, which is what you get.
Right.
And then again, I've never really, where would be the initial balance for something like that? Like, is there one? Right? Yeah, it's always baffled me because, I have a technology team. And when we were doing the merge profiles, my developer actually asked me, he said, well, what would be the initial balance then? And I'm like, I don't know.
Right.
Like, is it the first couple of days? Is it the half the day? Like, I was never able to discern that.
I know. Yeah, I mean, there have been times I have found it useful. I mean, this again is not populating correctly. I'm always looking at low volume areas as potential support and resistance, and even in the composite profiles. But again, this is not a correct composite profile going back to the end of July. It's not populating into October from like the 15th here of September for whatever reason. It's not, and we know we're having issues with Trade of 8, and so I mean it's not useful now. There was a time I think it was in the June contract where we had a distribution and price came down right into the low volume node and then turned around and went higher. Did I use that as information? Well, it was certainly something that I kept in mind, but as far as the profiles are concerned, I think there's too much good data that you miss looking at a composite profile. Just think about yesterday. We talked about the afternoon pullback high on Friday being an interesting level. Well, if you're looking at a composite profile, you're not going to see that. We got relatively close to it, and then we turned around and went lower. You're not going to see that we had a weak low on Friday. You're not going to see that we have a weak low yesterday. We've taken out that weak low now. You're not going to see that there was a degree of excess on the highs that we weren't seeing on the lows for the last couple of days. There's too many nuances that you get from looking at the individual daytime frame profiles that you're not going to get again from the composite profile. James, I've looked at range charts, I've looked at tick charts, I've looked at all different kind of charts, and I've always kind of gone back to my true north, which is the profiles in the 30-minute chart. I mean, they're aligned, right? I mean, the profiles are based off 30-minute charts.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of people who try to modify that, and they come across. I've come across traders who are like, "Oh, I use the 15-minute TPOs," and I'm like, "Why? Like, you can always use the 15-minute price action. Nobody's stopping you there. But when it comes to the actual TPO profiles, I really think that the highest probability and accuracy of the events that we see on the profile comes from the 30-minute chart. It's kind of low enough to be used for intraday purposes, but it's also high enough to have enough trading activity and trading information in it to be noise-free to a degree. So that's the reason why I stick to the 30-minute TPOs. But that's not to say that I won't use a 2-minute chart or a Renko chart or, look at the DOM for potential limit orders that are waiting. So, there's a million ways to do it. But to me, matching up different concepts that have different pieces of information is what gives me my outlook of what I should be doing on that day. And obviously it's not faultless because it's all probabilities. You can have the best setup in the world that fails. And this is why we have risk control.
Right.
Or budgeting, as I like to call it.
Right. I really like what you said. I mean, what you're looking for is in using different tools to come up with similar similar opportunities, like aligned opportunities using tools that aren't that are different tools. They're using different information and coming up with the same output, the same outcome.
Expect levels, right? You can have settlement and you can have the outer edge of the value area. Two completely different things, and yet similar price points on a lot of the days.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think we see, you can see it here on this chart. The volume point of control for the session here is relatively close to VWAP. I see that a lot. But the point of control isn't a level that I usually will be looking for opportunities at, unless it's a directional type of situation.
Yeah. I got a question from DCM Stock. Can you explain what your average session range is and how you use it? What time does your range start for crude?
So for the average session ranges, think of it as average daily ranges, but using only the active trading hours. So we're talking about crude. That would be the entire electronic session, but with the start time of NYMEX exchange. So I'm going to use Eastern time. So that will be 9 a.m. up until 4 p.m. However, keep in mind that the settlement in crude happens around 2:30 p.m. And after that, most of the volume falls off. So if you're still looking for opportunities past then, you might get, a movement here and there, but it's going to be very slow on most days.
And you're talking in Eastern U.S. time, Eastern time.
Yeah, Eastern time. Yeah, so New York time. So that's
any certain platform that's good for TPO charting.
Well, I use AMP Futures MetaTrader 5, and then I have my own technology team, so I use that for charting mainly. I mean, I have an account with them as well, but when it comes to charting, that is my main charting platform. And to be honest, I don't really want to move from that. It's a very modern platform. You get everything that you get everywhere else, but the coding language behind it is kind of based on something called C#. And they're really with the times. They keep it very current. So I can do object-oriented programming and do all the elegant solutions that I need. So I basically call up my developer and I just go, hey, I need you to do this. And then we have a bit of an argument because I have to pitch him stuff. And then he goes, yeah, okay, I'll code that up for you. And so I stick to AMP Futures, MetaTrader 5, where all of our Patak tools, I don't want to call them indicators because they're much more than that, they're located over there. So that's the only reason. It's one of the newest platforms that is not sort of using JavaScript or something relatively simplistic. And I've seen a lot of issues with some of the web-based platforms where they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or they have like really odd start times for 15 and 30-minute charts. Like, for example, on Trader8 and Ninja, I have observed that the start times on the 30 minutes is quite frequently 10 past the hour. Like, why?
Really?
Yeah. And it happens every so often. And then you're like, well, that would mess up a whole bunch of conditions on the back end if you're coding. It really annoys me. Whereas, you go to a modern platform that is kind of a baby when it comes to trading platforms. Because remember, we have Bloomberg Terminal that's been around for forever and looks like it as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Very unintuitive. And I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody here, we were forced to use the Bloomberg Terminal at some point. And I hated it. Like, it used to take me forever to find ways to change things. I was like, this is cancerous, horrible. So when I looked at a whole bunch of platforms, I looked at the back end as well. So how can we make our ideas, our indicators into something that looks good, that has good functionality, that is modern, you can use all the new technologies. And I know that a lot of people are against MetaTrader 5, but honestly, they've come along quite a lot. So I use that for all of my charting. We don't have issues. There's never any crashes. There's never any weird profiles. Okay, so we do code our own profile, Patak development team. So even if there are problems, you can come to us and just go, hey, I'm having an issue with this, and they will help you. We have a little IT support team, and quite frequently our CTO will be sat there answering the support questions as well. We're only a small company.
Sure. And MT5, MT4, aren't those mostly like Forex platforms?
So initially MT4 was Forex, but then Dan Culp from AMP Futures decided to do a version for the futures market. So actually when you sign up for AMP trading for the MT5, you have CQG data on the back end.
Which is good data.
Yeah, very good data.
Right. And they do have market profile on MT5.
Well, we do market profile. Dan actually asked us,
okay.
This is how Patak started out. Dan actually approached us back in like 2015, 16, like we were just getting started. We just released the first version. And Dan, I suppose he looked around the marketplace to see what's out there. And he looked at our tool and he went, well, actually, this looks pretty good. So he got in touch with us, and we actually did some custom development, which is the reason why Patak Market Profile looks the way it does these days. And we do have a version for MT4 as well, but as you know, I'm not really that into the CFDs and all that. So
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, back to the original question. I mean, the market profiles are different, seems like, on every platform. Deeyana, I'm sure it's great on yours, but if you're looking for let's say you're on NinjaTrader, from what I understand, NinjaTrader has a version of market profile now. I'm not a NinjaTrader guy, but I've seen it before. It was a while ago, but there's also add-ons that you can put on to NinjaTrader.
Vendors, NinjaTrader vendors, yeah.
And then there's Finalg, which is a company that you can add to NinjaTrader charts. There's different things that you can do. I know Tradeovate has the profiles, but we're not real happy with that. T4, doesn't. We can't administer profiles to people in the trading combine or in the funded account on the T4 platform. So that's out. Back in the day, we used to do it like this: A B B B B B.
I used to do that too. Yes.
Like that.
Yeah.
So there's always that. And I don't know about how you feel about that, Deeyana, but when we were doing it on pieces of paper like that, or chart graph paper, or whatever we were using, do you feel as though it kept us a little bit closer to the price action? Do you feel like you learned something by doing it by hand?
I think you were a lot more aware of price activity doing it by hand. And even though it was torturous, I do think that it gave me a better understanding of how the market moves for certain periods, like the initial balance. When you're doing the A's and the BBBs, you kind of notice that, okay, so this actually hasn't made any new ground. So we've gone up, then we've come down. And to be honest, we have exactly the same thing happening across the board. Now we have ES doing the same thing, CL doing the same thing. So it's obviously something that you would only notice if you're either actively watching it or actually trying to write it down and track the price points where the profile is creating the A period, B period. And I think it also made me appreciate these automation tools that we now have a lot more. Because back in the day, I used to do manual drawing of my supply and demand zones. I have a concept called Q points that stands for quartile points, where I basically divide the swing into 4 equal measures, and then I look at the tops and bottoms as potential turning points. Again, it's all orientation. So I used to do all of that manually, and then when I got to doing the profile, there was nothing there. Like, it wasn't until I started with Topstep that I found out about T4. But up until that moment, I was creating my own profile. I was calculating my own value area. So in the evening, when the market would end, I would start doing all of this manually in an Excel spreadsheet a lot of the times. So it was like 4 hours of things to just get ready for the next day. And it might have been painful, but I think it made me into a better trader, because I don't need any tools. You give me like a naked chart and I'll be able to come up with all of the stuff that I need. Maybe give me like a couple of hours and then I'll have all of my levels. So from that point of view, it's better. But would I actually advise people to go through that? Probably not necessary.
There's enough homework to do. I mean, there's enough really to work on aside from having to do all the things that our charts now automate for us, for sure.
Right.
Do you feel like sometimes just looking at a 30-minute chart, and of course it probably has to be the 30-minute chart, that you can see the profiles just through the 30-minute chart, you see the ends, you can kind of eyeball a value area, and you can kind of eyeball a point of control sometimes, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when the market starts to slow down, that's easier to see. If the market is trending, I would say it's not that easy to see. Like if we go into a big directional day, then it's like, well, where did it stop? And it's usually pretty large. So with the naked eye, it might be a little bit tricky to see where the value area ended up being.
Right.
And that's where the Excel spreadsheet used to come in quite handy. So you can count everything until you get to 70%.
So you're using the actual formula to find the value area based off point of control, all of that, right?
I was the Excel queen at one point. All of the formulas, all of the automations, everything, because I needed it, right? And I think to a point we're all geeks here. So if you need something as a trader, you will come up with a way to do it. And for me, I'm very technical. And I need to have those levels that I've observed before, like things like average session range. That's relatively easy to track. It is a dynamic measure because it's not like, oh, you just plop one level there, one level there. It changes depending on where the day's high and low are.
Sure,
you have to take that into account. But just that like beginning point, that's relatively easy. You just take, let's say, 10 previous sessions, and then you come up with the average number that the market has moved for those 10 days. So it's very easy. And then on the day, as the market makes a lower, lower, higher, high, you just move it up or down until one side is hit. So it's a dynamic measure. It's exactly the same as the average daily range, but just for average session ranges. So that's easy. But something
anchored at a point in time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But the value area, that's a little bit tricky because that's an actual formula where you have to like keep going back from the point of control. Anyways, you start from the widest point of the profile, and then you add TPOs either side until you get to the 70%.
Right.
So that's a little bit tricky. It's if you're not particularly technical, or you don't like numbers, it's probably going to be a little bit difficult to understand how to get to the calculation. But the actual TPO profile on the day, that's easy. I mean, you just, go tick by tick and then back, and you just create the TPO profile. That's the easy part.
Hey, I'm going to call a timeout. We've got Jack. Jack's going to bring on a quick stat here now. Jack, what do you got for us?
It's been so long. I think we should do the stat splash screen real quick to get a real break in here for 10 seconds.
Sure. All right. We'll be
ready?
Right back.
Be right back.
Around.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to an impromptu stat guy where I can share the tilt as well. Great show so far. Deeyana, thanks for coming.
Oh, thanks for having me. Really enjoying it.
Okay, now for what everyone wants in the comments. A little tilt action. I think that we saw a number of pukes going on as we were reaching those new lows and still are in the ES and NQ. At one point about maybe 20 minutes ago, I saw the tilt as high as 70% long in the NQ. Yes, that is down to 48% long, the NQ. The ES, people did not get as far over their skis. I saw that hovering around 50. It's now down to 36% long, 63% short. Crude oil is 40% long, 60% short at the moment. And I'll let you know all if that changes.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been kind of missing that.
Well, it's something that you kind of hate to see because it kind of indicates there was a lot of people catching knives out there, that it was building longer and longer in the tilt. And somebody's asking about gold. I can check on that real quick.
Nice little turnaround off that low.
What's the contract month for gold?
Dece.
December.
Dece. See, I'm a straight Midwestern boy. I say things like Dece. 43% long gold. Keep in mind, we do not have a super large sample size of people that are trading gold at Topstep. Do people use tilt to be contrarian? No, I think that you have to figure out a way to use it. I think it's just information like anything else, but I think it's helpful as sort of a sentiment indicator of where people are. Anyway, something else I wanted to show here, and I'll give some updates on the tilt throughout the day, is we had talked earlier last week about sort of the seasonality in months as far as trading. There's this big supernatural fear of October.
Yeah.
You guys have heard of this, right? This idea that it'll go away. Well, I have a few things to show here because I think both views are right. So right here, what we have are these are the the returns, the average percentage returns per month in the S&P 500.
Cool.
And from this, we see that October is actually positive and not all that out of the ordinary. If anything, it's September that has been the real dog of the bunch.
Uh-huh.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I agree with that. That totally matches my experience as well. Every time we're coming out of that weird summer liquidity, September is always such a car crash. So yeah, I'm glad to see this displayed nicely.
Yeah, but are you ready for the cool part? This is the prestige. I think that I have affirmatively figured out why people are afraid of October. Okay?
Why I am.
Because Hoag believes in ghosts. I forgot about that. He's afraid of ghosts.
The 87 crash was in October.
That is a very prescient point, but not just the 87 crash. If I show this next picture here, what we have here, and don't worry that you can't read it because I've circled some yellow things. This is since 1928 or whenever we started. These are the 20 largest percentage drops in a day on the S&P 500. And what's crazy is that out of those 20, I have circled in yellow all of them that occurred in October. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 20 of the worst percentage crashes in a single day have happened in October.
Wow.
That is right. Wow, indeed.
Wow.
So I think that it's more of a collective trauma that people have with October, although most of the people who were around for those from 1929, 1930, they're probably no longer with us. But 87, like you said, was a pivot. You got to spend a whole episode sometime talking about that, Hoag.
Yeah. Yeah, it was obviously because I'm still afraid of October. It left quite a mark.
Oh, yeah. So that was what I wanted to share for now. We're going to have Andre on at 10. Before I go, I'll take one more look at the tilt for you.
Awesome.
We are hanging out about 40, just over 40% long in the NASDAQ and ES. And remember, this is the number of, this isn't like aggregate positions. It's the population of all the traders with a position on in the sim markets, and what percent of those traders are short and what percent of them are long.
Are long, right.
So 43% in the NQ and ES, 50-50 in oil, and 45-55 in gold.
So pretty even right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty even. So with that, I'm going to go fade away again into the background and let you guys try and find some trades.
Thanks, Jack.
You sold yourself short earlier, Hoag. That was a nice trade.
Yeah, it was more for an example of how to use those low volume nodes. But yeah, it would have been a good one to hang on to, but that's all right.
All right. Well, we can't say good luck here. So
Right.
Well,
maybe fortune.
I'm just popping in a long in CL.
All right.
So went in at 88.94.
Let's see. 88.94.
It's not the best trade opportunity, to be honest, but yeah, that's the only thing I can see. It's struggling. It managed to hold the same sort of area now for a while, and whenever price starts spending time in one area, I always like to assume that that's some kind of a price agreement. So now we wait.
All right.
Hey, John, Matt Hoyt's asking yesterday's market. Mr. Hoyt, no relation to Lamar. Yesterday's market profile, you have a dotted red line and a dotted green line about halfway in the range. What does that represent?
That should be representing the opening range. Now, let me double check. I don't trust all indicators, just some. So 30, 40, 13.5, that is correct. And 18, yep, these are correct. So this is the first minute of trade, Matthew. It's good to see you, Matt. We got to chat. I want to bring you on here. Matt is a trader from the trading floor, a friend of mine for many, many years, who uses Andrew's pitchfork. Andrew's pitchfork. A lot of measured moves. Very good. I'm just happy that the tilt has evened out, and we are not trying to pick the bottoms anymore here. It's a big tendency for retail traders to do that. You can't sell it, you got to buy it, and so you end up buying it and getting run over. According to the tilt, we're back to even pretty much, so don't try and pick bottoms.
Joseph's asking, what indicators are we using here?
I'm sorry?
Joseph is asking, what indicators are you using there?
Well, we're not really using too many indicators here. We try and keep these charts relatively simple. So we've got simple moving averages, the 50, 100, and the 200 session moving average. I've added VWAP to the charts here. That's this thin yellow line to the volume weighted average price. We've got a couple of trend lines on here, and that's really it. This yellow line here is a settlement from yesterday. So we're not really using indicators in the indicator sense of things. We're looking, it's not like we're looking at stochastics or RSI or Bollinger Bands or anything like that. I'm just keeping it very simple, just to kind of, you get too much stuff on your chart, it becomes very difficult to see.
Yeah, it gets a little messy. Well, like they say, less is more. Especially in trading, you're going to have too many indicators, and one's going to be telling the other indicator it's not right. And then where does that put you? Big question mark.
And you don't want to rely too much on the actual indicators, especially not the lagging ones. You want to have a good understanding of the price activity itself and then add to that rather than the other way around. So, RSI and all of that, like oscillators, I always find that that's kind of a nod to investing rather than intraday trading. I don't find it very suitable. If you were to use it intraday, you can maybe use it as an additional trigger point for an entry, but it's not really a level per se. It's just like, oh yeah, here we go, we're going back the other way, or you have a divergence. But it's not like when you're working with such small time frames, there's a lot of noise. Oh, that popped. God. Okay. So just looking at my trade, right?
Yeah, you're
going well.
Yeah. Those lagging indicators, stochastics, RSI, those would be more like a confirmation for a trade that I've already chosen to take.
Exactly. So you're using real-time price activity, volume nodes to make up your mind where you should go, and then maybe just a little bit of confluence to go, yeah, it is the right decision.
Do you have a target in mind, Deeyana?
Yeah, I usually like to, because I use 35 ticks as a stop loss, so I don't really nitpick on my stop losses. So I'm looking at possibly between 89.50 and 89.70 as my target, depending on how the price behaves.
89.50 to 70. 60 it is.
Yeah.
Pretty much a
Because
regular
even with my targets, I like to have a sliding scale that is kind of statistically viable enough to make a robust risk-reward ratio. But I'm not like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get 2R. I will get a zone somewhere that matches what my current accuracy and hit rate is. So I use it in combination with whatever my hit rate is. Now, obviously, we can have good times, we can have bad times, but as a whole, on most times of the year, I tend to float between about 56 up to 82% hit rate. And that means I can afford even to take 1.3 Rs on my trades. However, I like to keep it more robust, so I try to aim at 1.5 to 2R, which makes it really robust. You can afford yourself to have some days that you're not doing very well. But yeah, so that's kind of my take on it. I always have at least 1.5R in mind, unless we have a very neutral day, and I'm trying to just get the best that I can do on such a day, which is usually quiet. I don't think crude oil is that bad. I mean, there's still some movement in it. It's just not directional. So I'm just going to try to do the best. So what I've done here, I've just used the settlement price as my orientation point.
Okay. Hey, we've got some time here. We're top of the hour here, Chicago time, 10 o'clock a.m. Andre is in the green room. We're going to get our intern to get him. But first, if we can do some hot streaks. We got some hot streaks here, Jack. And there are the hot streaks for today.
Red Nose, still on it.
Still 16 days, $427. Trading those micros. And Charlton, 50K, 15 days, following really close there, 2,763. Luis still on the board here with 12 days, 1,082. Hanona still on the board also. These are like the same names from yesterday. So they're continuing. 3,236. And Somvatana with the 150K account, 11 days, 2,809. So good job. Way to go.
Very nice. Love a good win streak.
All right. So we got top of the hour here. We're going to take just a few seconds. Andre is in the wings, ready to go. Ready to join us, and we'll be right back. Talking shop. Hey, Dre.
What's up? Did you miss me?
I did. You see my little message I gave you yesterday in Slack or last night?
I did. I appreciate that. It's a very warm welcome. I appreciate that.
Good to have you, Dre, bro. Andre, Deeyana, Andre.
Hi, Andre. Hello.
All right. So, what's going on, Andre? Where have you been for like the past couple of days?
I know. I feel like I missed it. Here's that whole FOMO thing, right? So the last couple of days, I've been, I missed out on the trade. Haven't paid too close attention to the markets. Just caught up this morning. Dipped a toe in the water. Got burned a little bit. Trying to get short, which kind of was a bummer because I think the market should go lower. With that being said, I'm trying to get back up to speed. You miss a couple of days from the market, you feel like you may have missed a lot. And I don't know if I did or didn't. So I was kind of going to ask you guys.
Start slow.
Start slow, right? Start ones and two lots. I'm just trying to think. So what's the theme? So what's been the theme this week so far, or at least yesterday? Just rates higher and then equities lower, pretty much?
Well, yeah, with rates higher, there's some pressure on the equities. Gold has come off its highs. It's currently in a kind of a downside channel, or a dannel, as we like to call it.
Yep.
Gold is seems to be struggling to continue its move to the downside, with the dollar continuing its move to the upside.
Yep.
Gold maybe a little overextended to the downside. But as far as equities are concerned, Andre, I'm just going to go into the S&Ps here because that's the broadest of the indices. We have here's the daily chart. So we are kind of looking at we've left an area of balance up here. There's a previous area of balance here. We're in the middle of it, and we've kind of fell into balance here. We're kind of leaking into this area of balance. If we accept in this area, I'll move to the lower area, to the lower extreme of this balance area. It takes us down to 41.46, 41.46.
Right.
Okay. So, what I think we're doing is we're seeing if we can kind of reaccept in this area of balance, and if we do, a move to the other extreme of the balance is likely. But weekly kickoff low is 42.40. It's based on more than just balance here. There's some information back here that I found that it could be a pretty decent visual for us. Cool. As far as the moving averages, I mean, we're still stacked. We got the 50, the 200, the 100, and the 200. And this is on the daily chart. So like no iron crosses or anything like that. So death crosses, I should say.
I remember those.
It seems to be everything is about employment this week. We've got non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate on Friday and everything else leading up to it.
Okay. And we got ADP. We have ADP tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
So ADP tomorrow, and then we got non-farm. All right.
On Friday.
Yep. See, this is what I love, this stuff. You guys catch me up. I don't even need to read Barron's or anything. I just come to TopstepTV and get caught up.
There you go. Yeah. So, taking a trade today, we just had a little winner. I mean, it was more of an explanation of how to trade against low volume nodes than anything else. Yeah. Deeyana's currently long crude.
Okay.
And sitting in profit.
Nice. Hey, I got a question for you too, because I'm about to do this on Friday, and I've never done this before. For both of you guys, trading in front of people, dude. What's that like? Like, I've never traded in front of people before. I know, John, you're gonna be taking a little time off, and I'm gonna be filling in for you a little bit, doing some trades with Michael in the morning.
Right.
And I like, what's it? I've never done it before. Is there? Do you guys feel like external pressure, or there's more set of eyes watching you, or how do you guys deal with that when people are watching?
It's kind of funny. We just kind of talked about this a little while ago, Andre, and I'm dealing with it now. Trading in front of God and everybody. I was kind of expecting it to change my decision-making process a little bit. I've been monitoring to see some of the things I've thought about doing, if they would have been good. Most of them has. It's just a matter of kind of getting over, I guess, the stage fright. Yep. I mean, we know there are going to be winners. We know there are going to be losses. And I'm trying to get my head wrapped around it. Now, Deeyana, you talked a little bit about your experience a couple of years ago doing this. Tell me about it.
So I started a couple of years ago. I was doing daily live streams up until very recently. Mm-hmm. It's a bit tricky at first because you feel pressured, like you need to do a trade, and then you do a trade that you really shouldn't be in on.
Right.
So that's something that you just have to kind of push through and try to get it in your head that it doesn't matter if you don't find a trade, that it's okay. So if I can give you one piece of advice, is just take it easy and stay patient.
Thank you.
If there is a setup, it will be obvious. You know that.
Right.
And so Andre, if you need a sedative, I've got something for you.
Some beta blockers. That's a good idea.
Like to come out guns blazing. Like I tried this morning. That wasn't the greatest idea. But yeah, it's like, do you feel the pressure to put on trades or execute trades because people are watching? That's what they come here to see, per se. Or with that being said, we have to still exercise the discipline that got us to this point in the first place.
Absolutely. But at the same time, it is a game of probabilities. So, if you lose a trade, just do your best to explain the reasons why it might have lost.
Sure.
So do pros and cons. I never just go, yeah, this is definitely it. Like, I know the probabilities of the trades that I'm taking. The one that I'm in on right now, it's not the biggest trade. I'm using the settlement line. It is a responsive day on crude oil, but I managed to find something. Now, whether it's going to go to full target, I don't know. Whether it's going to lose, I also don't know. But if it does start to go into a drawdown, I want to bail and then just explain everything, why you exited, what happened. And it just helps you to get through the pressure of the people watching you trade.
And also, Andre, you're going to be with MP on Friday, Monday, Tuesday, or Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I have this strong inkling that we will not watch for trades.
No.
They will come to us.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Jack. He'll want to come out guns blazing for sure. So yeah, but just moving for I've never traded in front of people before. It's in the way you guys do it. It's pretty. I mean, it adds a whole different element of complexity. I guess it makes the trades a little bit more complex or a little more self-conscious because I kind of feel like you're not only answering to yourself, you're kind of answering to the viewers as well. So
yeah, but that can be a good thing.
It could be. Why do you say that, Deeyana? Why can it be a good thing?
Because of accountability. Because if you're going into a bad trade, how are you going to explain it to people? What? Oh, I'm really bad at trading. Yeah, great. No, so you need to explain them why this would be a good opportunity, why it's a mediocre opportunity, and why you might be wrong. And actually, for me, at least, it really helped me to talk through the whole reason behind taking the trade in the first place. Mm-hmm. And actually, for me, that makes it easy. So now I'm actually a bit of a crazy person. So my husband will be downstairs and I'm talking to myself. And he's like, are you on a live stream? And I'm like, nope. It helps me. It helps me.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Andre, just don't size up right away. Just, get your head wrapped around what you're doing.
But John, the people want to see 10 lots and 15 lots, though. We got to make good TV, right?
Yeah, we make TV.
It's been years since I was swinging 10 and 15 lots.
I know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it'll just be ones and twos for sure. So
those were big S&Ps though, but
that's different. These are minis.
I don't really feel the need to take that much risk on an individual trade. I'm more of a grinder than a show trader, I guess, if you could say.
I always wonder. You see, some of these other social media accounts, or where traders or influencers, so to speak, are doing live trades. I wonder how real they really are. If they're really pulling the trigger like we are here at Topstep.
Well, one advantage I have is I'm not trying to be an influencer.
No, you're not, John.
No,
you struck me as an influencing type. No.
No,
I'm pretty sure you are an influencer at this point, Hoag.
I know, whether he likes it or not, Deeyana. He has to be.
An accidental influencer. I mean, I've been a bad influencer. But, all I want to do is help. I want to help people get better at what they're doing here. And it's very important.
Well, one thing that I got the feedback from some of the people who are following me. So they said that they actually learn a lot more from my losing trades than the ones that work out. And they actually enjoy that more. So, good TV, lose a bunch of money, win a bunch of money.
Right.
But let's try not to do that. Let's try and be consistent and be the hallmarks of discipline and responsible trading. So Topstep TV is different, right?
Creative and humble, grateful, and creative.
Yeah. Andre, Tom just commented here. I trade in front of my grandkids. They are impressed. So there you go.
I trade in front of my dogs. Does that count?
Are they impressed? If they are impressed,
no, they're very bored. They're like, what is this?
Well, I appreciate that, Tom. Now I feel better.
Bones. There you go.
So Johnny, just to touch back on those levels, you said 41.46 would be the next target if we really push through.
Hang on. Let me bring this back up.
I guess I'm trying to take more of a macro view, just jumping back in the ring, so to speak, trying to figure out where this market is. It looks like we're creeping low over the last couple of days.
So this is a continuation chart of only the regular trading hour session in the S&Ps.
Okay.
There's a gap. So we filled this gap here. There's another gap here. To fill that gap, price has to go down to 41.78.
78. That will close the gap?
Yes. Okay. And over time, that might be right around where the 200 session moving average is. on the active, the continuation regular trading hour session only, that's where that might come in. Okay. So, this area of balance is the area we might be heading in, but it's a little closer than it seems on this chart, because that's the continuation chart. Here's where it is in the December contract, and we're bordering moving into acceptance of this lower balance area. Now, Deeyana, would you call this demand?
I would call it a speed bump because it's in the middle of the whole move.
Here. So this would be an upside digestion, or you could call it a speed bump for sure.
What do you, if you don't mind me asking, Deeyana, what do you mean by speed bump? Just in the way a little bit?
So when you're looking at how the markets are moving and behaving, usually you get the significant turnarounds at the areas of previous swing highs or swing lows, or somewhere near that. Whenever you get a whole bunch of the price action that hasn't actually gone far, and then you come into it from the top side, I would be aware of it, but I wouldn't necessarily want to run any trades for like a couple of hours in the opposite direction. So I would expect a reaction, but ultimately I would expect a continuation towards the bottom of the swing. So it's like a market structure sort of thing.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the 46 level, 41.46. You're talking about 41.7.
Right around there. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are a little bit bearish too on these markets then, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Same. I don't see.
Just look at what the tea leaves are telling us.
And what are the tea leaves telling us? Look out below.
Ink stains.
Just real quick here. Rhythm is back up. Just a little
Rhythmic's back up, huh? All right.
Yes.
How long has it been down? Has it been down all morning?
For a little bit.
Yeah. That sucks.
Sorry, Deeyana, you were saying?
Yeah.
Nothing. I just said psychiatrist ink stains instead of tea leaves. That'd be more appropriate.
Hey, question. What I guess did Powell speak last Friday? I missed it. I barely had internet last. Well, I barely had good internet last week.
Yeah, we couldn't really find out what he was talking about either. So
it was a conference or something. It wasn't necessarily publicized.
No.
Gotcha. Oh, so it's just the secret, the wink, wink, nod, nod to the important people.
Right. Yep.
Love that. I gotta get in on those meetings one of these days.
Just be a water pourer or a waiter or something. So you can just keep an ear open and.
You probably tell them. Oh, speaking of that, so I was looking at Fed Fund futures. John, I know we talked about this quite a bit, but for December 13th, November kind of looks like it's gonna be a pause. And December 13th is getting close to 50-50 shot for another rate hike. I think that's what the Fed was kind of indicating. But it's something we're going to keep an eye on. Fed Fund futures are pricing it. We're getting closer to full 50-50 shot on the Fed Fund for another rate hike in December. Something to keep an eye on. Obviously, it's going to put downward pressure on the equities, like we're seeing. But I don't think it's going to be much of a surprise if they actually do hike by the time we get to December. So these are just things that I'm trying to get back up to speed with where these markets are at, and trying to see if I'm missing anything. If there's any blind spots, stuff I haven't accounted for. But coming here, it feels like I got kind of back to speed nicely.
Good.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, I was able to watch you guys on the plane on Thursday. I was watching from the airplane. It was really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cool. I see we got 30,000 subscribers now.
Yeah, nice. Huh?
How'd that happen?
We need some likes for Andre now.
Yeah,
let's
get this up to 500.
Hey,
we can do it.
That's not bad. Go and play those algos. Oh man, these markets are just dead right now. God damn it.
Yeah.
It happens with the ES around this time of day. It's like a behavioral pattern. You get pretty lively initial balance, and then like 2 to 3 hours of slow price activity, and then it kicks back up when the bond market's shut. So for the last hour, it might be quite lively.
I'll be here. Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Who's moving? Is Nasdaq leading or lagging, or is S&P's leading or lagging, or is nothing yet?
Well, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, the Nasdaq is up here.
Hit me. Okay, cool.
So, just kind of put this in your head here.
Okay.
Nasdaq is probably breaking out below this area now, but here's the balance area. Here's the balance area. Nasdaq Let's go
Oh,
quickly.
you got your smooth chart up.
This is the NASDAQ
There's
now.
NAS. Yep.
So here we go. The daily. So here's that area of balance in the S&Ps. We got a long way to go before we start to even think about getting into that.
Sure.
NASDAQ is holding up stronger. And, of course, we all know why. It's the AI, it's tech, it's everything that is in the NASDAQ is holding it up.
Yep.
But it's holding up much better. So, is there a leader? Is there a laggard? I mean, look at the NASDAQ. I mean, we haven't even tested last week's low yet. We're below last week's low in the S&Ps now.
Right. So I got a question then. So with that being said, I guess our general sentiment is bearish. Now, if you are bearish and you want to, get short in the equities, probably NASDAQ isn't the smart play to get short. If you're thinking fundamentally long-term, so to speak, it would be S&Ps, correct? Based on what its components are? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
I guess it depends. I mean, there's probably different opinions on this, but if we were to fall apart, NASDAQ's got further to fall.
Ah, that's a good point. But okay, it's got further to fall, but it's okay.
I'm taking profits on crude, 1.5 hour.
Right.
What'd you get out at?
89.46.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Oh, that was another question. Why isn't oil higher? Why is it still trading below 90? Any fundamental stuff? Or they come out
with higher rates? That's going to put pressure on the economy.
It's true.
Now, when we put in the high here, okay, this is the 30-minute chart, but this is our recent high. It happened in the overnight session. I'm not looking for that to stay for very long. I'm looking at this as a bull flag.
Right.
So we got, point of contact, point of contact, point of contact. Here, points of contact. So what I think one of our bigger moves, if it does play out, and Deeyana, please yell at me if I'm wrong. If we can accept above this trend line, the move is going to come and take out this overnight recent high.
I agree. Yeah, because the sellers are actually further up. So, yeah, decision point. 91.50. You've got it there.
50s.
Yeah. So that would be the first point of interest if we do carry on above the initial balance.
Gotcha. Wow, this is good stuff. Really good stuff.
All right.
But at some point, I do expect some more sellers to step in at some point. But NFP weeks are always a bit weird for crude oil. They tend to be a bit lackluster. And then NFP comes out, and then from Monday they're like, okay, now we can trade. It's almost like they're under the shackles of NFP. And then once that's over, it's like we can trade.
Gotta get non-farm out of the way.
Yeah.
What are we expecting for non-farm? I haven't even looked at. Do we know what the estimates are yet? At all? Not to put you guys on the spot. I'm just wondering. Yeah. Just trying to play. Excuse me.
Well, while you're looking for that, real quick here, it just heads up. Tomorrow we've got a lot of numbers, as a matter of fact, especially early in the morning. There's going to be an OPEC meeting. I wonder what they're going to talk about. I know that we've got September PMI. We've also got the ISM. We've got that PMI for September. So we've got crude oil inventories. So we're loaded tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a fun day.
Let's get after it then. But with discipline, of course. With discipline,
of course. Yeah, let's get after it, but be patient.
Hurry up and wait. Hurry up.
Quality over quantity.
That's right. That's right. No, I know. I say.
So, Andre, non-farm payrolls, they're looking for 163,000, where the last release was 187. They're looking for lower.
Jobs are slowing.
Private non-farm payrolls are looking for a loss as well.
Interesting.
As far as the rate is concerned, where is it? Unemployment rate. They're looking for a 0.1% drop in September from August.
Drop for what is it? To what?
So they were looking for 3.7%. It was 3.8.
That's wild.
And then participation rate, there's no estimate on that.
Right.
Which is also kind of a secondary number, but there are a lot of folks do tend to focus on that.
They do.
Participation rate.
They do. Did you guys see what, I don't know if you guys caught, did you see what Bill Ackman said yesterday? He said the Fed's done hiking. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Well, I mean, you're looking at the Fed funds, and you basically said that it's 50-50 if they're going to do anything for the next two meetings.
Yes. So how one person can say one way or another is a bit odd, but yeah, just I don't, when he speaks, everyone listens. So all right, cool. So we got non-farm. They're going to just say a downtick in unemployment, but a drop in jobs added. All right.
Well, just do the opposite of whatever Kramer says.
People are making money off that. The inverse Kramer.
Do you remember when we had Mario Draghi for the European? I don't know how much you followed that, but I followed it a lot because I was trading Forex back then. It was like 2010, 2011.
Brexit.
And yes. Well, no, Brexit was many, many years ago. This was like post-credit crunch.
Yep.
A couple of years after credit crunch, and then there was the whole thing. Oh, what kind of a tie color is Mario Draghi wearing today? And then there was this whole thing that if he's wearing a red one, it's going to go down, but if he wears a blue one, it's going to go up. It's like,
oh my
really?
goodness.
Is that what the analysis has come down to? What tie Mario is wearing today?
That's what it's come to.
Imagine there were odds on Vegas on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Don't bet on anything.
Well, Jay, I'll check out my bookie on that for you, and I'll get back to you. Okay.
You're my Fed funds. Yeah. Remember when Patak? You got Patak cussing on air because of your bookie, your Fed funds bookie.
I'll let you know.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Crude breaking day high. Here we go.
Yep.
Taurus trader.
Sweet.
On the up and up. Good morning, Crude. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Somebody's had some coffee.
Well, that was a nice trade, Deeyana.
Thank you. It actually would have reached 2 hours as well, but hey ho.
You're buying drinks.
Deal.
On a Tuesday. So, all right. Well, I guess we're going to keep trading sideways for at least equities. At least something's moving. Crude is moving, but
Watching gold.
yeah. What's the story? What's the story in gold?
Well, Andre, we had quite the move.
Shopfest.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Hello.
We had just coiling. This is the daily chart. Coiling. Once the market broke below that, it's been directional ever since. Hasn't been doing a good job. Doesn't really seem to matter. As the dollar keeps going higher, the gold keeps going lower. But I think we're getting a little bit cheap here and a little bit long in the tooth in this downside move. So my warning is, the downside might not be over, but if you get caught in an upside vicious pullback, you're going to be, you just got to protect yourself. You just have to protect yourself. There's so many short time frame targets and weak structure above. We've got a gap, with naked point of control, gap, naked point of control, gap. So there's so much information on another naked point of control right here that's kind of kittywampus here.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm just going to get rid of this. I don't even know what that is. But there's a lot of weak structure above. So if there is a vicious pullback, it is going to be a vicious pullback. Almost. I mean, wouldn't you call this, Andre, a vicious breakout of a triangle pattern?
I mean, yeah, but like you said, it's the dollar keeps getting stronger.
Right.
I mean,
it's kind of funny that trend line that I just erased because I didn't know what the hell it was on the 30-minute chart. But it kind of went right along this 200 session moving average. I mean, that's where it really broke out, right?
Yeah, it sure did. Damn.
Boom.
Man.
Boom.
All right, man. Well, I got to say, it's good to be back. I feel like that 30 minutes right there, I got caught back up to speed, ready to get back in these markets.
Trey, I appreciate you being with us here, man. And we'll have you back here tomorrow for Talking Shop.
Definitely. It's good to be back. Deeyana, it was fun spending time with you guys. Keep trading well, and let's do this again tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us also. I know that we put your Twitter link, but what's your website again?
The website, if you want to go for the course, the program, that's marketstalkers.thinkific.com.
All right, we got that. If we could put that in there, James, maybe we get that link in there. Good stuff. And also, if you go to that website, they got some really cool swag. I had ordered myself a coffee cup.
You can check out my YouTube channel as well, so that might be the easiest. And then below each video, there's usually a whole bunch of links there. So that's just market stalkers. So stalking the markets, market stalkers.
Market stalkers. There it is. All right. Good job, guys. All right. Well, Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here. I hope we can make this like a thing, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. So I'm due to chat to someone about something. So we'll see. I'm not going to make any promises, but I might pop in here every so often. So
cool.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Are you trying to give her a ring, Eddie?
She's married. She's
married in Vegas. Married in Vegas by Elvis.
Yeah, really? No kidding, huh? That's fun.
Vegas.
Deeyana, I got to profess my love for you as well. I have to check out here to get prepared for the interview with Anne-Marie Band. Do you know Anne-Marie Band, Deeyana? Have you seen her, heard of her?
No.
She's another wonderful person. She's got this book here, the trading book, and just a sweetheart of a person. And like you, like all of us, I think, heart's in the right place, always looking for opportunities to help traders get better.
A woman?
Yes, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always feel that women have a lot of poise when they're learning how to trade. It's a very, very different experience working with a female trader than working with a male trader. You talk to male traders, they're like, oh yeah, I've blown up like 50 combines. And females are like, well, I'm thinking about it. It's a very, very different experience. So I'm looking forward to that.
Cool. We're very happy to have the best with us here. So, well, Deeyana, have a great rest of the week.
Thank you, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for having me, guys. It's always fun.
Give it up. Give it up for Deeyana.
Always a pleasure.
All right, boys and girls, we're going to take a few seconds here, and Mick is ready. Mick is ready here, and then Mick's going to be on here, our risk manager, and we'll be right back.
Let's go.
Mick. Time for shoulder tap with the hottest mustache in Chicago.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Jack. Thanks for having me on, guys. Good to see you both.
Good to see you too, man. Yes, our risk manager, Mick, is with us today. And Mick, we got a lot of new people joining us and hitting that like button because they like what's going on. Mick, what do you do over there real quick if you can?
So I'm on the risk team, and myself and my colleague Brett, who's sitting here next to me in the office at our trophy room in the Board of Trade building. Eddie says, "Hey, Brett." Hey, Eddie. He's busy working right now.
How dare he?
We watch over all of our funded traders here on the risk team, be it the XFA accounts, the express funded accounts, or the live accounts. And we basically are monitoring the express funded and determining who we want to call up to a live account. We're looking for traders with good, consistent profitability, good habits, people who are traders who are risk averse, and putting them in the live accounts. So that's kind of our main role here. We also work with traders to help ensure that they're locking in profits on their big winning days and limiting losses on their small days. So when we can, talking on the phone with our traders and helping out in kind of a coaching manner, a risk manager manner, tapping people on the shoulder, like the name of this segment. That's where the name comes from. Usually you get the shoulder tap when something wrong is going on or something bad is happening. And then the alternative of that is the pat on the back. So it's either a pat on the back or a shoulder tap. Today, got a lot of shoulder taps, but also some pats on the back too.
Yeah, and just for the new viewers, to give a little bit of the context, is when you were at the prop firm, especially on the screens, I recall this, is that if you were getting towards your blowout level, you would suddenly have this menacing form, like a Frankenstein's monster standing behind you saying, "How's it going?" Or if you had headphones on, they would tap you on the shoulder and be like, "What's up?" Yeah, what was up was always not great.
GTF out.
Yes, they could do that as well.
Yeah.
So there's that. So what do you got?
You never wanted that. You never wanted the margin call. You never wanted to hear, "What are you doing?" I've asked a couple of traders that over the years. What are you doing? Very open-ended. But we're not going to talk about any of that stuff today. I've got some shout outs I want to mention. Notably, Derek in one of our live accounts, he's up 4,200 trading the NASDAQ. We've got Sean C., who I had mentioned yesterday. We had a trading card for Sean. Sean's in a live account. He's been struggling a little bit, I would say treading water. He had some areas for improvement. So for those of you that were watching yesterday, happy to say Sean's up over $3,000 right now trading in his live account. And then some other notable ones, Brock H. in an XFA up 11,600 today, and he's at the top of our board. And then also at the top of the board, we have Young in their XFA up 11,200, both trading the NASDAQ. Hang on a second. Brett, as a matter of fact, what are Brock and Young at right now? Okay. All right. They're flat. Just wanted to see if we had any updates on those guys. They're flat. Might be locking in their days, which would be awesome. 5-figure winning days. Good ones to lock in. And then Mansur up 9,700, also trading the NASDAQ. So just some notable shout outs. Those are some of the big green numbers we're seeing on the board today. But like I mentioned, with this sell-off, we've had some traders getting chopped up a little bit, and there's a lot of red on the board. So I'll try and always tell our traders about kind of the pulse overall of where our traders are at in the markets. I know when I was having down days and I shared an office with some other traders, it helped me a little bit to hear that they might not be knocking it out of the park too. You always want good things for good people, but sometimes misery likes a little company. So that always softened the blow a little bit.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I wouldn't have gotten through it if I wasn't with other people. I would have just blown out a lot sooner.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think? I mean, all the traders I've talked to, there's a couple good handfuls of traders that are like lone wolf traders. They want nothing to do with anybody. Now, I mean, is that when somebody has like just extreme focus, where they're in the basement, they're in the dungeon, they lock the door, they put a sign there, "Do not bother." I mean, I could see that working too. No.
Totally. I mean, to each their own. Everybody's got different personalities. I've come across a lot of jerks in this industry that don't like people in general, don't want anybody talking to them, don't want to talk to you, don't want to help you. They'd actually be happy if bad things happen to you. But then there's a lot of great people out there. But
yes,
it's some people they can do work and read when they're listening to music. I'm not one of those people. I think for me personally, I like kind of getting focused during the session. Love talking markets and trading with people outside of the session, but you really for me, focus is important for all traders. Some people have different degrees of what they can work with. So yeah, there's always the lone wolves, and then there's people collaborating. You should pick and choose who you want to collaborate with on your trading, because I like to use the term infected in this industry. You can talk to bad people with bad advice that could infect your thought process or decision making. But it's always good to hear other people's opinions and formulate your own opinion from that if you have quality people that you're working with.
Cool. Thanks, Mick. Well, what goodies do you have for everyone?
Glad you asked, Eddie. I got a couple trading cards for some of our funded traders I want to pull up. Can we start pulling up Magzan from Kazakhstan?
Ooh,
one of our traders in an XFA.
We used to have a girl that was from there that worked with us. Oh man, I forget her name, but she was my Secret Santa, and she got me a bottle of Jack. I was like, yeah.
Is that the bottle of Jack
Daniels,
that honey
Tennessee Jack that was honey. In the office. Yes,
Eddie, I was always waiting for you to say, "Hey, swing on over here. Let's have a little happy hour." That bottle was more of a trophy for you, I think, than anything else, because traders, this bottle of Jack Daniels honey had sat on Eddie's desk. First, it was in the Squawk Radio room. Then it sat on your desk out in the open, unopened for at least the 5 years that we were working together in the office, and I was always waiting for a little invite over there.
You missed it because that was colored water. I had drank that first night she gave it to me. It was just colored water.
No, they found honey like in the pharaoh's tombs and stuff. It's I think the only food that doesn't spoil. So
yeah,
it's a shame. If it was still around, we could still use it.
Actually, it's still here.
Well, let me know when you're going to open that up. I haven't seen you in person in a little
we'll do the
long.
pulled pork too. But Kazakhstan, look at that. What is that? Yeah. That's like I don't know. Is that a scene from the Planet of the Apes?
Pretty cool building. Pretty cool trading to talk about here too.
That is a cool building.
Magzan, average daily P&L $250, 87% winning days. What I like about Magzan is looking for base hits. I've got another trader I'm going to talk about too that's just a base hitter, and they rarely have massive winning days, but I like that. It tells me the trader's taking what the market gives them. They're risk averse, so they're not looking to make thousands of dollars a day. Good P&Ls, taking payouts regularly, and this 87% winning days, that's spread out across 24 trading days. So to be right 87% or have 87% winning days across that large of a sample size, it's pretty good. So I don't think that there's a lot of room for improvement. We on the risk team over here are cheering Magzan on, and we've got an eye on him. He's been trading the metals well, the energies well, and the equity indices, or the equity index, the S&P, very well. So big shout out to him, and enjoy watching him trade. I've said it before, I like seeing traders who are taking base hits, consistently profitable. They're over the long haul, they're much better off than those that are having big swings up and down on a daily basis. I'm sure you guys would agree with that.
No, great
Agreed.
card.
Yeah.
Gold star for Mogzon.
Yeah, very good start. Let's pull up Victor.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's pull up
Victor, this won't hurt a bit. Don't pull him.
Victor from Bedford, Ohio.
Oh, look at that beautiful picture.
Also very good metrics on the winning days, 75%. And like Mogzon, takes what the market gives him. Lots and lots of small winning days, 200, 300, 400. But then there's also those days where, Victor's doing what he does and the market gives him a nice move in his direction. So you will see some, low 4-figure days out of him. But what I know is he's not seeking those big winning days out. He's doing what he does, implementing his strategy, and the market takes off in his direction. And he's good at pocketing profits and paying himself. He's also getting called up. Yesterday, we called him up from an express funded account to a live account. So I'm really excited about that. He's going to continue his success in the live markets with the best of Topstep's traders. When we like your trading, we will call you up from your express funded account into a live account. So he'll be starting with about $20,000 in his live account. It would be more, but he took a nice payout. As a reminder, our traders can take payouts from their express funded accounts, and he's done just that. To the tune of about $20,000 in payouts.
That is great. We are finding some excellent. I'm on JD did the cards today. Some great stock photography for these locations. That's making Bedford, Ohio shine. That is proud.
Yeah, it's a pretty waterfall. Makes me look forward to my vacation at the end of the month. We're going down to North Carolina, and it's my understanding North Carolina has more waterfalls than any other state in the country. So hope to do some hiking with the dog and see some cool waterfalls just like this one.
Take that fishing pole. Take that fishing pole. Definitely.
I may. I haven't done too much fishing since I learned about spear fishing when I was a young whippersnapper. But yeah, I'd like to do some fly fishing. Do you ever do fly fishing out of here, Jack?
Oh, yeah. It's a little harder than regular fishing. Spear fishing, I think you learned that when you were living in the jungles of Borneo, right?
The jungles of Lake Geneva, yes.
There you go. Same thing. Same thing.
Just a quick aside on fly fishing is I've gone a couple times, and one thing you'll notice if you're a noob, if you are doing a lesson or have someone who's experienced with you, they just critique. It's like I'm practicing golf or something. Like, I don't care if I don't catch a fish. Just let me stand in the river and throw the thing down there. I don't need the perfect release or something like that. It's like, chill. Maybe this is a unique experience than me. Anyway, I am a shitty fly fisher. All right.
Wouldn't you catch more fish if you had the perfect release?
Well, you'd probably catch more fish if you had dynamite, just plain and simple.
True story.
Yeah, I hear that works. I think
it's illegal.
Next, speaking of dynamite, let's pull up a card for Michael T. Michael T's trading. Yes. Oh, excuse me. 1 second.
Oh, what a pretty city.
Michael T out of Kansas City, Missouri. Michael T is putting up dynamite winning days. He is a gunslinger. He has a little room for improvement when it comes to limiting losses, but overall, take a peek at that average daily P&L. Excuse me, I have something in my throat. Over $5,000 a day on average, and some notable winning days of his: 8,600, 4,900, 13,000, 27,000. He had a $27,000 winning day last week, and then 5,000. So, it's always exciting for us to see those big 5-figure winning days, 13,000, 27,000. That's really exciting. So
I presume the lost days were 3,000?
Every single one of them, Jack.
Just a wild guess.
Yes, that's what smooths out that average daily P&L. So limiting losses, something I noted. I mentioned it yesterday. I think I've mentioned it several times before. Just because we say you can lose 3,000 in the day doesn't mean you should do that. In Michael's case, while I don't like seeing every losing day being 3,000, if you are going to be putting up all the numbers that I rattled off earlier, big winning days, you are in a position where you can risk more on a daily basis. So that's what I got for you guys today. Michael's been really exciting. Saw he's up about $1,000 in the market today, and maybe that's changed since I hopped on.
Always could. Well, thank you. Kansas City, great city, by the way, if you get a chance to go there. I think the best barbecue around.
Yeah, barbecue, right? That's like a barbecue capital.
Oh, yeah. Arthur Bryant's, Oklahoma Joe's.
I like a good barbecue. Oh, yeah. Baby.
Mick, brisket, all good. Before you leave, Mick, have you ever seen, we're talking about fishing, have you seen those competitions where, I forget if it's on the Illinois or Missouri River, where they put on the football helmets?
Yes.
And get the baseball bats and nets and just go down the river trying to hit the Asian carp out of the air? We have this invasive species of jumping fish that's a big disaster in the Midwest, and they have this festival, and you can get injured doing this too because they're not small fish.
The football helmets are for a purpose, not just to look goofy when you're water skiing out there. Yeah. It's I've watched many YouTube videos over the last decade doing that, and it's Asian carp are a problem. I know they'll jump into boats and injure people because they get very massive. It's the silver carp that are the ones that jump out of the water when they hear the engine. So they'll be cruising down the river and someone's water skiing behind with the baseball bat and a football helmet. And these carp jump out of the water and basically jump at the people. They hear the noise from the props and they jump out. I've also seen some very talented, speaking of spear fishing or bow fishing, talented archers that will wait on the back of the boat. And when these fish jump out of the water, they'll get them mid-flight in the air.
Great. So if you're looking, summer's almost over, but if you're looking for something to do next summer with the family, don't sleep on hitting silver carp with a baseball bat and a power boat.
Yeah. Or don't scuba dive. No, somebody will get you with a bow.
While we're talking about extracurriculars like that, maybe we should mention that these are invasive species that turn upside down the native species in their ecosystem. So there's many native species out there. Florida's got a huge problem with the pythons and iguanas. They affect the rest of the population and upend all that stuff. So
yeah, we're not out there beating up manatees. That would be no fun for anyone.
No, I don't like seeing those videos, which I've seen. That's sad stuff.
Yeah,
the seals, the manatees, but this is shoulder tap. Let's move away from the that kind of stuff.
It's a wild kingdom.
Yeah. So finishing up, thanks Mick for showing that. You have any other shout outs or time to move on?
No, I think I covered the people I wanted to cover. I got the big P&L people. I saw some of the people that I had given shout outs to yesterday. We're down on the day today. So shout out to those guys and gals. Not that you're losing money, but shout out to you because you got featured yesterday or in the previous days. And, like I've said before, and we all know, losing days are part of the business. So it's okay. Keep your head up. Learn from any mistakes you may have made. You could have a losing day without making any mistakes. You could follow your strategy to a T, be very disciplined. It's going to happen. So shout out to everybody out there grinding it out. Thanks for having me on today, you guys.
Hey, Mick, real quick,
yeah,
Mick.
Sure.
Trend Surfer's asking, are we allowed to hold grain positions open during the 45 minutes that trading halts in the morning?
In the morning, yes, you may. Good question.
There you go. Cool.
Good
Thanks,
Mick.
I love hearing we've got a grain trader out there. That's where my background's at. So we need more good grain traders. So what was it, Trend Surfer?
Trend Surfer. And by the way, Andy has named your mustache the new Mick-stash.
I like that.
I liked it too. The Mick-stash. All right, brother.
Thank you for that. The Mick stash. I've been calling it my dad's stash, so I've had it ever since my little daughter was born.
Well, you can't give that one back to him, so it's yours. It's the Mick stash.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
All right, bro.
All right. Later, Mick.
All right.
man.
See you guys.
All right, Eddie, I thought we'd do a little bit of housekeeping and check in on the markets before we get to 11 o'clock,
do
which is
that,
our
sure.
interview with Anne-Marie.
Oh,
Anne-Marie is a superstar. I also be remiss. People have been asking, where is Ian in the hot streaks? I can't confirm. Ian had a 16-session hot streak. We'll try and get that written up for tomorrow. We're trying to find it in the data, but congratulations, Ian. And we can take a check on the tilt here as we continue to push lower. Right now,
and we are making some new lows here. Yes.
well,
And Q, we got a new top here off the top in the crude. Crude right now, 89.90.
I'm making, so I see we're at the dead ass lows or thereabouts in the E-mini NASDAQ. And the reason you hear me going, is we got 62% of people long the NASDAQ, 55 long ES, 59% long crude, 44% long gold. But you know, when I see it pushing the new lows, it seems like some people had puked out earlier, and it's pushing lower, and people are going back to the well right now.
Be patient. Be patient. Wait for your timings. And
see, Taylor deserves a shout out too. Taylor, can you send your top step? I don't know if you don't care about posting it here, you can post it here, or you can send an email to TopstepTV at topstep.com with it, and I'll figure it out. Anyway, somebody will eventually be right picking the bottom of this, but you can see waves of people getting in. You see a bunch of people long, and then it keeps going lower. It adjusts. You know, generally this is not the thing you want to get in front of, but I'm sure Anne-Marie will be down to talk more about it. So what? Oh, TaylorMade, bruh. TaylorMade, like the golf club? Okay, cool. We'll check it out. Always happy to give shout outs if you guys want. Just let me know. Oops, dragging a rendezvous screen across there. All right, Eddie, you got any final thoughts before we get ready for this interview?
Hidden Gem was asking about Mick's picture in the background. Wolf of Wall Street portrait? Yes, it is.
I'll explain, and let me explain that because Michael's not here to do it. Michael is very into the, what would you say it? The emotions or feelings behind something.
Yes.
So the idea is he hates the movie Wolf of Wall Street, right? So those paintings are not meant to glorify Wolf of Wall Street or obviously American Psycho. Guy was a serial killer.
Yeah.
But in Michael's abstract form of thinking, the American Psycho one is meant to represent fear, and the Wolf of Wall Street one is to represent greed, and those being the two enemies. There's a Wolf of Wall Street one next to it, Anik. So that's what those are about. Now, I've told Michael several times that if we're going to have those in the background, we need to explain this at the beginning of every episode, lest somebody come onto the show for the first time watching and be like, the hell are those guys doing in the background there? But anyway, that's the lowdown there.
Yes. All right. So we've got that, but we've got Anne-Marie Band coming up. Don't forget, we have a replacement for Coach Paul in group coaching. We've got Coach Jay. Jay's going to be with us, and I do believe we're going to he's going to take the reins with a different type of topic. And, we got a lot of traders that have good days, bad days, just like Zeppelin's good times, bad times. But what about losing streaks and what about winning streaks? He's going to be talking about those emotions and reactions. So that's going to be at high noon, 12 o'clock Central Time. But we've got a couple minutes. Go get yourself a snack, kick back, relax, and listen what the Hoag and Anne-Marie's got to say. So, Chad?
Yeah, we'll just do a couple minutes of charts and music right now, and we'll see you on the flip side with Anne-Marie. You won't want to miss it.
All right. Take care. We'll see you in a while.
Welcome to Power Players, everyone. Very excited about our guest today. It's a distinct pleasure always to have Anne-Marie with us. I've got a little bit of an intro here, but I want to say hello, Anne-Marie. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm staring into some rare Scottish sunshine. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's normally raining. So.
Yes, you are in Glasgow.
Yes.
Scotland,
yes. Going to visit the Highlands later. So
awesome.
Fun, yeah.
That's very nice. And apparently you brought the sunshine with you.
Yeah, I'm going to say that. I'll say that. That works.
All right. Can I do a little bit of an introduction?
Of course.
Okay. Well, Anne-Marie is a spiritual soulmate of mine. She cares, of course, very deeply for people and traders, of course, in general. After studying applied mathematics at the University of North Carolina, she did a bunch of research in epilepsy at the Carolina Neurological Institute, I think it is. She had a career as a CEO of a major recruiting firm. You entered the trading realm about 2005. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. She has accomplished many things in trading, 100% for sure, starting with her book, The Trading Book, where she discusses her market positioning system. This is a really good book for anybody who is just coming into trading to many-year professionals. There's so much good stuff in this book, and we may get into that a little bit later on. Anne-Marie has been interviewed as one of the world's best traders. There are many articles lauding her trading prowess. She is an educator in future. She has a trading room where she helps traders. And again, a beautiful person inside and out, another spiritual soulmate of mine. And again, we're so happy to have you with us, Anne-Marie. How did I do?
That was so nice. I'm going to have to keep it in my memory banks for the days when the market punches me sideways. Which happens.
Well, it punches us all sideways from time to time, and you've accomplished so much, and I usually will default to humor when somebody has accomplished so much as you have, and say that obviously you're an underachiever.
Every day I'm trying.
Yeah.
Every day I'm shooting for.
And you've been doing a lot of traveling lately, haven't you?
Yes, we have. We just I just got over the jet lag from Japan literally maybe 10 days ago, and now we're here in Scotland, and which is great. You trade for the freedom that it allows you, and so I could trade from anywhere, the moon, even if it had an internet connection. Yeah. I'm hearing from all kinds of sources that it actually might. So a lot of alien chatter out there. You see it all the time.
They're hiding around the dark side. So
yes,
the internet is there somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And you kind of answered my first question is while you are traveling, you are still actively trading.
Yes. I was looking, actually, what I wanted to see was how last week's low would hold, and it broke.
Yes,
and
it did.
So, that's also the low for the month. And everyone it's such an interesting thing that we've got going on in the markets. It's pretty fascinating right now because we've got, the utilities have been just thrown out. I mean, their utilities are down like 5-6%. The small caps absolutely destroyed. And then, we're looking at tech holding its floor. Mm-hmm. We're looking at all kinds of things. And seasonality begins in Q4. And a lot of people are making these crazy outlandish bets on either side. And I think it puts us in a space where there's going to be a lot of opportunity but we're going to have to be really focused in terms of going from support to resistance, getting out, letting them snap back. I think we see a lot of wicks in our candlesticks over the coming week. So but I can't get away from it because, I love the market. I do. It's, I don't know, it gets in your bones and then you just.
Boy, you're not kidding.
Yeah, right.
Boy, you're not kidding.
Bones.
Even when I do get punched in the gut, I still seem to have to come back the next day.
I know. Can't do without it. Yeah. And it's a fever. You get it. If you don't get the fever and you're just using it as something to extract money, I would say, hey, that's great. But when you have a fever for it, it really helps you get up on the days that you think your analysis is right and you put in a trade and it doesn't work out. And maybe you're not thinking about it well enough and you size the wrong way, right? Which is always something that you have to watch for. And then, there's that psychological thing where you go, wow, I gotta get myself up over that and start again tomorrow. And there's nothing like it. There's nothing like trading. It's the biggest adventure, extraordinary, fascinating, personality revealing occupation you could ever have.
You are dead right on that. It's exhilarating and exasperating, all sometimes on the same day.
Yes, absolutely.
You mentioned seasonal pressures. How does that affect your trading in the last quarter of the year?
So, the fourth quarter usually is something that is got a little bit of upshot. And what I've noticed about traders, so a couple of things. When we take a look at seasonality, we traders, I'm going to put myself in this group, we're pretty much simpletons where we go, oh, that worked the last time, so I think I'm going to do it this time. As long as it follows your structure, you're going to go, hey, that worked last time, that works a lot of the time, it worked then, I'm going to do it now. And what happened between July, August, and September is that those seasonality numbers ran to a T. I mean an absolute T. July, they called the pressure up. August, they called a little bit of pressure up and then the rotation down. And then September, they called the further rotation down. Now everybody's calling for the rotation up. So my first thing is, that's why people are sizing up the way they are at the first of the month. They're looking for risk on, so they're shorting all the utilities.
Right.
But at the same time, what's happening is something completely out of character, I believe, and that is the weighting of the commodity technical advisor group, right? The CTAs that go through all of those hedge things that go, when we get to this point, we have to be short. When we get to this point, we have to be long. And so they're loading up on shorting gold while the dollar is just skyrocketing to the north.
Right.
And oil has been skyrocketing, but now that the dollar is moving up the way it is, it's really starting to put pressure on oil, I think. And so although I would look at seasonality and go, you know what? I'm going to wait for a floor, which I still am, and I'm going to go for it. My gut sense is that between the shutdown that may or may not happen, they kicked the can down the road for 45 days over the weekend.
Right.
And you would think, wow, that should make people buy. Well, the government's not shut down. Truth be known, from government shutdowns, the first 4 days after they shut down, those are the wiggly ones. Those are the ones that give us volatility. But after that, it turns right around and it moves right up or within trend without it. So to give you the end of my very long-winded answer, how do you deal with volatility? This one is very interesting. I would normally say to myself, all right, first of the month, I'm going to see if I could buy this area and then watch it get up over the close of the prior month. No go. Hasn't happened at all. And
You haven't found a base here yet.
Yeah. And so my thought is, wait, I'm not above last month's close. I just broke last month's low. Where are the next group of buyers going to come in? And if I, use something simple like maybe the strat, it'll say, look at the 50% marker of the last candlestick in this range. And so, that puts me at, let me peek here. I got my
Are you on a monthly?
Yes, looking at the monthly chart, let's get that one. Let me see over here myself. You could put up that monthly. Yeah, you can look at the monthly rotation and we're already down past the 50% marker of the nearest candlestick. And so I suspect we head right down into that number. Let me see what it is here. Look a little bit more closely. The sun's in my eyes.
In Scotland.
Yeah. Yeah.
You brought it with you.
I hope it stays. I hate to think I'm going to go see the Highlands and it's going to be pouring rain. But here's something interesting. So I'm here in the Marriott in Glasgow, and what we noticed, everywhere's got like rain gear for you. Like they've got this very cool thing. You put your card in and you get to take out an umbrella. When you put it back in, it just charges you a couple of bucks. So, so there's a lot of rain if right outside the door they've got everything that you want.
Umbrella vending machines.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. So I look at this month that we're looking at. That was the month of June. And if we look at that monthly thing, it looks like we're going to hit 4,200, which incidentally is the floor of the JP Morgan collar.
Got it.
That's 4,200. And so, I'm going to trade intraday bounces, but the moment it gets up into the resistance area, I'm going to have to go short until we stop making new lows in this current formation.
Understood. I got a dog moosing me over here. Hang on a second.
I love dogs. They're the best.
Yeah, she's the center of the universe, so we have to do what we have to do, right?
Absolutely.
She's a sweet girl. So over the past couple of months, maybe since like June, that June high or the July high, I've been reading articles and hearing from traders that are from investors alike that are saying that the longer time frame, the investment funds, the banks, they've all been underinvested in upside moves in the S&P and in stocks. They've been looking for maybe a 10 to 15% pullback to begin to reinvest in. To be able to get in, because they were underinvested at the high, they're letting the market come down. Do you kind of view the balance area that we had like in April and May as a potential base for some buying to come in on that? We're rapidly approaching that level.
Yeah. And the term there, rapidly, is key because, it's always better for the market if we kind of grind through areas, right? It just makes it stronger. If we see things move too sharply in either direction, we know we're going to have some kind of snapback. And so, listen, here's what we know about the market. It is naturally long-based.
Agreed.
If we look back 30 years and today we go, it's way higher.
Yeah.
And
When there's
so-
no bad news, the tilt, whatever it is, the grind is to the upside.
Exactly. And so we have an entire industry in investments where people go, hey, just stay invested. Just stay invested.
Right.
And so I think that naturally puts a floor under the market. Do I think this 4,200 is something interesting? Yes. Do I think that large investments and large investment guys are looking to the fourth quarter to hop in hard because they've been underinvested, because they believed all the macro guys who said there's a crash coming? Yes. But here's the thing. The market loves making us look like fools. It's its favorite pastime.
Makes a liar out of me all the time.
Right. If the market were a human being or a being of any kind, it would be Loki, right?
Yeah.
He's just the absolute jokester. I mean, to have a god of mischief.
The god of mischief, that's right.
Yeah, right? So from that perspective, I believe all those things are correct. What we really have to see is how the market ends up kicking the can down the street. And I got to tell you, I talk about this all the time. The great financial crisis that occurred between, 2006, 2008, 2009, however you want to look at it, that really started in 1986. And so with Ben Bernanke and and so it took 30 years, some long expanded amount of time.
Sure.
Yeah, for it to really end up making things grind to a halt. And so what I believe is in the craftiness of financial leaders at the top of the house to figure out a way so that they end up winning irrespective of what happens to the rest of us.
No, right.
So I know that's so doomy, but here's the magnificent thing. What we learn with all this stuff is that a trend does a certain thing, and when a trend reverses, it also does a certain thing. So, we could look, let's say you pull up the ES right now and you take a look at a 15-minute chart sitting in the ES, right? If you look at that 15-minute chart right now, you'll see that at about the 11:30 Eastern, I didn't change my clock here, 11:30 Eastern, so it would have been 10:30 Central.
Sure.
We made a low, and then we stopped making lows.
Right.
And so when that happens, you go to your next candle. If there's not a new low, you go, I better break resistance next to see what happens. And so where you choose resistance to be, that's up to you, depending on how you want to look at your 15-minute chart. But I would look at heavy congestion, and I would say, okay, maybe 42.65, something like that, right?
Okay.
Maybe say that's my resistance. And if I punch up over it and I close a candle over it, immediately I can go, oh, I just stopped making lows and I breached resistance. So the next thing is, who's up there at resistance? It's going to be buyers who went, oh no, 42.65 is my floor. I'm buying it right here. And then it fell to 42.57 and they were all nervous. And so what are they going to do at that 42.65, 42.66? They're going to go, ooh, I better cover because now I'm at break even. I don't want to go backwards.
Right.
And so how they cover, right? Because that covering from long is going to be a selling pressure event,
Right.
If they cover and pull back and they don't get below, see how they're starting to pull back right now? if you're
Sure.
Looking
Yes.
at it,
Yeah.
right? If they come in and they hold 42.61 and they start bouncing again, there's my entry.
There's your
On the
base.
short, yeah. It's the place where I go, all right, I can do it. I got 3 points, 4 points to the
Right.
downside.
Right.
If I can get in at 42.61, if it breaks, I know I'm out of there.
You're out.
But it gives me that opportunity to go, oh, this is how my turn looks. Now, what we want to do is sort of race in. I fret with myself a lot because I think that prices are going to move a lot faster than they do. And so I'll jump in and go, I don't want to miss this.
Right.
What I've learned to do is I better do that with a micro or a much smaller position to make sure that my floor is in there. And so when I make a higher low on my pullback, because that's going to happen, because the people who have been upside down are going to want to cover, when that holds, I'm in great shape. And then I can start adding to the position into the next line of resistance. Because, listen, this is a very negative trend. We've been under the VWAP all day.
Right.
Chances are we're going to bounce and have something else show up in terms of sellers. You know, hands that aren't quite as weak as the ones that go, oh my gosh, I got to get out of here.
Right. Right. So now this is a kind of a basing thing that you talk about a lot, and that is in your book, right?
Yes, it certainly is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right. Excellent. Now you run a 15-minute chart here. Did you mention that you might even go a little bit further down to look for your entry in time frame?
You know, sometimes I do if speed is a problem. So, you know how sometimes when you're watching the market and all of a sudden you see people hit the bid and you're like, what, is this thing running away from me or what?
Right.
I will say to myself, all right, let me go down to a 5 or let me go down to a 1 and see if I have something else telling me, listen, we've got a lot of heat coming in here right now, and it's going to cascade higher. Usually, however, if I'm looking at a counter trend move, like this one here,
Right.
I don't normally go down to the 5-minute because it'll give me a false marker. And I only go to that 5 when all of a sudden everybody rushes in and they go, listen, I'm not coming back to test this candlestick formation. I am headed right up into the resistance zone.
Okay.
And so that's really what I will do. It's speed related. Usually I'll say, all right, this is trending lower. I don't see any long wicks here. These candlesticks look a little normal. They're trying to move a little higher. If I say to myself, wow, I really want to go in here because I think it's going to go. See, the chart could tell me on a 15-minute, hey, you're breaching resistance. You could do that, but it doesn't change the floor because there's been no retest. So the problem with that is if I'm looking at my floor being, 42.61, and I'm up here at 42.68, even though I've moved to a 5-minute or a 1-minute, I still haven't retested the floor and held it. And so my risk expands.
Right. It doesn't change the risk.
Exactly.
You have to pay more if you're wrong.
Exactly. And you can get out of that by using a micro, right? Your micros can do that and really, it's sort of like, the great thing about the micros, you can use them as your test event. So we know that if it fades, we can get out and go, that's great.
Right. Glad it was a micro.
Exactly.
Right.
What we end up thinking is, yeah, but what if it goes? See, I'm not going to be able to XYZ.
Right.
And our brain, especially a lot of us that stick around trading, we're just naturally optimistic people. simply because we understand that things change every day, and tomorrow things could look totally different than they did today. And so that optimism makes us hop into trades early. Whether we're downside or upside, whichever position we're sitting in, it makes us hop in early because we're enthusiastic about getting involved and doing something.
Right.
So if
we're traders, we'd better be trading.
Exactly. So why not do it with a micro where you can go, you know what, I know what the formation needs to look like. I stop getting lower, I break resistance, I pull back to support, and then realize if you do that over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you watch your micro hold, let's say it comes right into your 42.61 and it begins to bounce. Then easily you go, oh, now I'm going to add a regular mini. I'm going to add a mini here. And that allows you to move forward into the space and add size. Now, let's say on the opposite end, hey, the chart starts running and you're thinking to yourself, whoa, this is moving without me. Then you can add to the trade, but then maybe you just add a couple more micros because the rotation, just because you're looking at a smaller time frame doesn't mean the traders aren't still looking at that deeper rotation of support.
So what you're really kind of touching on here is your market positioning system.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Right. I truly am a simpleton about these sorts of things. Am I making higher lows? Okay. If I'm making higher lows, that means I've got to bid underneath the floor and it's going to help me push up. If I'm making lower highs, I've got supply up there that is pushing things down. And so I just sit in that space where I go, all right, well, this looks like something that I can move with. Now, here's the thing. It's always give and take, right? We can be conservative and we'll end up looking at a trade. We'll only have a couple of micros and it'll move 8 points or 10 points without a rotation. Well, we take what the market gives us.
Right.
We don't use that particular time and go, oh, you know, last time it only made $23 and I could have made whatever. Just take what the market gives you and go, all right, I know what rotation looks like. Let's see if I get continuation next, right? And if we just use the same thing over and over and over again, we'll really get to understand that in our system, whichever system we use, we can have consistency if we execute the same way, right? If I'm baking a cake, which I love to bake, but I'm terrible at baking, so I have this tendency to not measure. So I don't measure things and I'll throw it in. And anytime I do that, it comes out and I'm like, yeah, that didn't really come out great this time. And if the lack of consistency doesn't show up in something simple, like baking a cake, you know, it's required in trading or anything that needs discipline.
So, I mean, people ask me all the time, you know, how do I become a consistent and profitable trader? To which I usually answer that with another question. What are you doing to prepare to become a consistent and profitable trader? If you're not being consistent in your homework, if you don't do your homework, you don't get to play.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, exactly. Right? It's not, you've got to be your own coach and go, hey, did you go to practice this week? Well, I'm not putting you on the field. Right? I mean, imagine if you were in sports and you didn't come to practice all week and you dress out for Friday's game. You're like, how about hitting the bench? Ride the pine. Right? So that is so important. But here's something super interesting. A very, very interesting guy. He passed away just very recently. His name is David Paul.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a super interesting guy. He did a lot of stuff for VectorVest a long time ago, and he ran VectorVest UK. South African guy in his late 70s, but he said something so immensely profound. And he said this. He said, first, define your system. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be too complicated. Define it in simple terms. Then, no matter what, get in front of your machine and execute without variation for 15 trades in a row.
Right. Sure.
He said, what that will do is create a habit. And that habit, once you understand what makes the habit work, then when you understand that habit deeply, you're able to make tiny changes. But what we have a tendency to do is try it once or twice and then go,
And
you know
scrap
what?
the whole thing.
I went in way too late that time. It never came back for me. I'm not waiting for the retest. I'm going for it. It's just an amazing thing. That's really, if you, as a trader, if you're watching me and John together today, take a look at yourself and go, hey, how often do I execute on a systematic manner? How do I do it? And I have to tell you, when I stop doing that, I get strings of losses. Now, I know how to manage my risk, so my losses aren't extreme, but they can knock me down psychologically. And so learning that was an amazing light bulb. It was truly an amazing light bulb.
Yeah, because if you have a strategy, a system, whether it's discretionary or automated, if you don't trade the system, if you don't execute it, you're never going to find out if it's actually going to work and which little pieces of changes of trajectory you're going to have to make to improve it.
Exactly.
Right. Now, we've got a little while left. I wanted to touch on one thing.
Of course.
I have to make this about me now.
Of course.
You have a trading room. You actively trade in front of people online, on screen, on your room, whatever it is. I'm starting to do that now. This is new to me. I've never really had the opportunity, I guess, really to take actual live trades in front of God and everybody. We do everything in front of God, but now I'm doing it in front of God and everybody. I'm having a little bit of difficulty pulling the trigger on some things. It's, I think, changed my decision-making process a little bit because now I'm not the only one and he's not the only one watching. Everybody else is watching. Right. Is this something that you've dealt with?
Of course. Absolutely. So, couple of things from me. I can speak from my personal experience. I had a terrible fear of being wrong. And so really coming from, and because you and I have quite similar natures, we feel responsible because we don't want somebody following us in some trade that we end up doing wrong, and they end, because, so there was that element. And then what I realized was it was totally throwing me off my rhythm. And I simply came back to the following. Trades are going to be good. Trades are going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Am I sitting in a space where I feel that my structure is very best? Now, that makes me trade a lot less. So I will say, like this morning, I said, hey, listen, we got this JOLTS number coming out. We've got 42.77 as the low from last week. If it hits that area, watch for the buyers to come in there, but it's got no business losing that zone.
Right.
So if it bounces, we're going to follow trend, and trend says it's a short. So
Right.
I had to wait for a while for it to come down and then lose the level and go, all right, this is where we're going to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
And so the one thing I would say is, just like you said at the very beginning, hey, I'm a trader, I should be trading.
Right.
Well, you trade when there's edge. Hey, listen, I'm sorry, there's dead space here, but
Right.
we could get to a trade, but it'd be the wrong one. And even if it was the right one, meaning it won, it's not your jam. Whatever your jam is, just trade your jam. And then, go, hey, listen, so-and-so would do this. What I think is incredibly remarkable that you do is that you end up listening to input from other spaces regarding a trade.
Uh-huh.
I can't do that. My brain, it locks down because I go, what if I was wrong right there and I should have done, what if it's very, very hard for me. Mm-hmm. So I limit where the trades are good from, and then I always trade with trend unless I think I'm hitting a floor. And so right now, when we saw that 11:30 area, we spent, 45 minutes sitting in that zone, and that time area is going to go, oh, I think there's a little bit of a floor here. We could trade a snapback trade into the resistance zone. We could go long there, but we have to wait for it to pull back. Right. Because right now, if I'm trading with trend, I'm going to try and short 42.75 because 42.77, 42.74, that's where the wheels came off the bus when, we broke last month's low. And so my thought is people should crowd in there. So I had to clean it up in terms of saying, I'm only trading trend unless this is a big number here. And if it loses the floor again, I'm out of there.
Right. But that again, that allows you to limit risk.
Exactly.
I know this is one thing you and I are really aligned on, because I think it was during Make Hoag Money or Market Prep, I said, your entries should be based off of where your point of invalidation, where your risk is.
Exactly.
Don't look for good entries, look for where your exit is, and then gauge your entries off of that.
Exactly.
So you're looking for cheap trades, just like me.
That's yes. Hey, can I find that on sale?
Right. And if I'm going to take this trade, I know my risk is this, and if it goes my way, who knows what the reward over risk is, but I'm not going to take it unless I can, logically or reasonably see a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 reward over risk on that trade. I think that part of my issue is trading in front of people is, I've noticed I'm a lot more risk averse. I feel like my stock's too close.
Right. Yeah. And, for me, it's not even, I think there's an element of impatience that sits in ourselves also when we're setting trades up like that, because we, I don't know, it's a very interesting thing when the spotlight comes on and you go, all right, perform. I think about, being a pitcher or a quarterback or anything, hey, the show's on, so you best not make any mistakes. And you know, that's why I have suggested, hey, listen, use the micros. They're
Right.
sort of your paper cut event. Oh, shoot, that was wrong. But it requires more patience, right? And you just put in one of them to make sure that it does not lose its floor. And then once the rotation is there, the bounce, the test of resistance, the pullback to a higher low, you've got to interact with the people who are trying to force the chart lower. And if those folks are saying, hey, listen, this is negative, I'm going to short resistance, right? If I'm saying to folks, hey, listen, we're going to trade trend today. I have no idea how far this will go down, but we're trading trend. And so that means you want to look for 3-4 candles in a row that show you your resistance edge. And then you're going to watch for it to reject that zone. And so how do you know it's going to reject the zone? Well, the first thing it does is it stops going higher, right?
Yeah,
Supply
right.
dries up, stops going higher.
Right.
And then when it stops going higher, the first thing it's got to do is go, all right, am I going to make a higher low or a lower low? So it's the flip of what we just talked about. Just like this 42.75. If I said, hey, listen, I'm shorting it right there. It's 42.70 now.
Right.
But I know my 42.77 from yesterday, from last week, and these are the big lines in the sand that make me go, all right.
All right.
That's
Pay
a big
attention.
number. Yeah.
Pay attention, right? Well, the next time I have you on, you've told me to take 2 trades today. Well, you talked about 2 trades. Both of them were winners. Next time I'm taking them.
Well, let's make sure that I have the system in play.
And I want to thank
Double check me.
I want to thank you for co-branding with me today.
It's my joy. You know what? I'm one of your biggest fans, probably behind your beautiful wife and your gorgeous girls. I'm right there. Well, okay, maybe I'm under Lacey. After Lacey, I'm there.
She just heard you say her name. She just picked her head up. Did somebody call me? Well,
yes,
Anne
it's
Marie,
my joy.
I've got to get moving. I can't tell you how much. Well, you know how much I enjoy talking to you, and I know that everybody that was watching today enjoyed and got a lot out of what you were talking about. Give Anne Marie a like, and we're gonna see if we can't get her back here very, very soon. And I hope that you enjoy your trip. Safe travels.
Thank you.
I'll send you an email in a little while, and thank you again for joining me today. You're on vacation. You didn't have
my pleasure.
Have to do this, and bless your heart. Blessings to you, your family, your everything, and
same to you. Same to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love the journey. I love working with traders. It truly is one of my joys. It really, really is. And it's been fun to be here. Thank you so much, John.
I think we're both lucky because we get to do something we love to do.
Absolutely.
All right. Blessings, Anne Marie. We'll talk again soon.
All right.
Thank you all for joining us today, and we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Can't hear you if you're talking, Jack. Not sure I can't hear you if you are talking. Not sure what's up. Hello.
Why is Yes, sorry, Hug, I gotta focus on this right now. All right. Oh my goodness. We're back. Such great things happening around here. Anyway, we're playing Top Quiz in a few minutes here. I will put the link again into the stream, and then I'm going to get Alyssa set up. We're going to play a little music in the meantime, and then we'll do it. I have taken the feedback, and we are going to do most of the questions today about trading. So that should be fun. All right. So we'll be back in 2 minutes with that. Hello, everybody. I've taken my beta blockers. Feeling good now. Back to Top Quiz. Alyssa's joining today. Alyssa, how's your day gone thus far?
It's going pretty good, Jack. How about you?
It's going good. Besides that last 2 minutes there, where it was like when in the movies on submarines when the sub's going down, there's like 9 million alarms going off everywhere.
Got to keep you on your toes.
It certainly does. Remote production, man, it's something else. So if this is your first time, we do a trivia quiz before group coaching in which we will be giving away 3 free combines. Incidentally, I am going to cap, we'll say each quarter you can win 3 times because I want to see some other people winning as well. With that, try and answer the questions right. The faster you answer them, the more points you get. And we are on a 6-second delay, which means don't wait for me to read the question. It'll appear on your screen. If you're new to Kahoot, you go to kahoot.it, type in that PIN, and you type in your name you want displayed, all sorts of fun ones like Banshee and Tapioca and Boo No Bonnie. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, no, you have the Alyssa squad too, but it's like 2 rival fan bases.
That's okay. I understand.
So, and then you give your email so I can contact the winners, basically. We're not saving those. They're just for me on my drive. Anyway, well, the winner gets 150K combine. Second place gets 100K. Third place gets 50K. And then I will draw 2 random winners who get at least, let's say, 4 questions right today. I want to have a little bit of participation. We'll draw 2 of those, and I'll announce it sometime during group coaching. Let me check the YouTube comments real quick.
I don't know if you want to go in there, Jack.
Well, I'm not scared. We just have some Ken Jennings out there. I want to spread it around a little bit. We'll give prizes out. I'll wait just a few more seconds to let some more people in, and then we'll get this started. Daniel's right. The other day when I said that who shall not be named, I was looking at how it was spelled and thinking, is there some crazy way I could pronounce it that's not like that? And it wasn't. So that's life. All right. You ready, Alyssa?
I'm ready, Jack.
Let's close this down and get ready to play Todders 3. Miss A, who will be last? It's going to be Mango. All right, we're starting. It's about trading today, mostly. Top quiz. 3, 2, 1. The largest single-day drop by percentage in the S&P 500 occurred on this date. Was it... They're all in October. 2008, 1929, 87, or 2000?
I'm going to go the 28th.
Oh, that would have been the Great Depression. We talked about this earlier
I didn't
today.
even look at the year.
Yeah, I chose all October dates because we talked about earlier how October has all these big downs. The biggest Black Monday, Hoag was there on the floor. The S&P 500 lost 20% in one day. Wow. That's spicy. Looks like a lot of people knew it as well, including Tria 46, bankrupt, and CL Trader. Okay. Question number 2. According to court documents, why was Madoff Investment Securities informally known as the North Pole? And I gave 20 seconds for this one so I can relish. Because only Santa Claus can get those returns, because they were on top of the world, because they were doing so much cocaine, or because they turned the heat down to 60 degrees to save money during the winter. Which do you think it is, Alyssa?
Jack, I feel like it's all of them. Is it cocaine?
It is the cocaine. So, yeah, that is mentioned in the court documents. And interestingly enough, they probably should have figured out something shady earlier. Like before the arrest and the downfall, I guess Madoff Investment Securities was informally known on the street as the North Pole by the people that did business with them because they were doing so much of the white powder. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now someone can split together the me saying that thing last week and me saying cocaine super loud. All right. Who knows the blow? It's May Pippi Small. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Dan the Man, Zeb, Austin, and Cassie. You almost got me to say that there. In the early 1990s, George Soros made $1 billion on a single trade by shorting what? Copper, the British pound, gold, or the S&P 500?
It was obviously the British pound.
It sure was, Alyssa. You're 2 for 3. One of the most famous trades of all time. All right. Next up here, let's see who's winning. We got Austin, Dan the Man, this guy, I presume it's a guy trying to get me to say that. NQ is Bay, Zeb. All right. Question 4. In the 1980 film Trading Places, the Duke brothers attempt to manipulate what futures market? Is it bonds, stocks, onions, or orange juice?
It's, orange juice, probably.
It is indeed orange juice.
Woo!
It's a comedy film. Yes. Were you just guessing, or have you seen it?
I have seen it, and I was really trying to remember because it was one of those where I turned it on and wasn't really paying attention.
That's the best way to watch a movie. You probably watch things with the subtitles, right?
Oh, I do.
My wife insists that we do, and I can't deal with it. All right. We got my good friend on top, Dan the Man. NQ is Bay, Jay, and Brit Trader. Combo breaker. 4 players just dropped their answer streak. Okay, well, way to shit on them when they're down, Kahoot.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. Next question, 5. In Formula 1 racing, waving the black flag signifies what? Half the race is done, disqualification, major crash, or the race is postponed.
Is it a major crash? I don't watch Formula One.
Can be part of it, but it is a disqualification.
Ah.
Now, I know that I don't watch a lot of racing, but I presume the black flag probably means that in most racing. I don't know. Max Verstappen, if you're in the comments, let us know. All right. Dan the man is on top. Okay. Next question. What was the monthly volume in September for the E-mini S&P 500 future? This is a guessing one. Was it 20, 40, 60, or 100 million contracts traded?
Quite clearly it was 60 million.
It was 40, and I just looked at this beforehand. It was like close to 40 on the dot, and that was actually down quite a bit. I'd have to go back and see what the volatility event was, last September. But I guess that would have been leading up to midterm elections and things like that. But it was down about 30% year over year in September.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Tree is back. Oh, we got all our favorites up here.
Not the Buno Bonnie. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We got to get the Alyssa heads up in the top here.
Where y'all at?
On the Showtime show Billions, Damian Lewis plays Bobby Axelrod, who is loosely based on what famous hedge fund manager? Is it Paul Tudor Jones, Carl Icahn, Steve Cohen, or Ken Griffin?
I love that show, but I don't know who it's actually off of. I guess Steve.
You're right.
Yay.
Now, I don't even have to talk to my lawyers right now to say loosely based. This is just what I have heard online. All right. All right, Treya, NQ's Bay, JMB, J, DBK2. All right, there's one question left. Who's going to take it?
I think this is my one. I'm going to shine on this one.
All right, here we go. Tied with Landon Donovan, who has scored the most goals of all time for the U.S. men's national soccer team? Is it Josie Altidore, Clint Dempsey, Brian McBride, or Christian Pulisic?
Well, I don't know anything, so I'm going to go Josie.
It is Clint Dempsey. I wanted to ask the question, who was the highest goal scorer of all time for the team, but then it turns out they both have 57.
There you go.
There we go. So with that, let's see who is winning today. On the podium, DBK2 is in third. Silver medal goes to Jay. And the winner is my very good friend, NQ is Bay. Thank you very much for playing, everyone. I see, Alyssa, thanks again. Always fantastic to have you on.
Thank you, Jack.
I see Zane's asking if they'll announce the XFA performers. Yeah, I'll throw up during group coaching. Daniel says the MIA Pippi Small is a woman for the win. Yeah, I have a good idea who it might be, Daniel. I think it's my old nemesis. Yo, Tidy so soft. I think it's her. Anyway, great fun. Always appreciate a heckle. I'm glad I haven't seen any nicknames that have made me think okay, I don't want to give this person a combine. It's mostly been in good fun, so good for y'all. Okay, so what we're going to do here, Hoag's going to start group coaching in a few minutes. We're just going to go to some charts and music to get that set up. Hope you stick around for that. Alyssa?
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you very much. We'll be back with some more good stuff in just a few moments.
Welcome to group coaching. Yes, you are part of our group. Come on in, grab a seat. Got a lot of seats up front, so don't push, don't shove. This isn't a Who concert. And very nice to have our good friend and all-star coach, Jay, with us today. Jay, how are you, man?
I'm doing well, Eddie. How are you?
I am fine. Had a great day today. We had Deeyana on and Hoag with Anne Marie, and a very special day here. And of course, you, my friend, are the cherry on top of the sundae. So we will finish this out with Coach Jay. And then we were talking a little earlier regarding topical conversation. And Jay, what do you got for us today? You came up with something really cool, something just a little different. Yeah. And I think we all need to listen to this.
So I think what we're going to talk about today, Eddie, and thanks for having the conversation about the topic, is how to deal with streaks in trading, whether they be losing streaks or winning streaks. I think we've all experienced them at some point in our trading. Obviously, we appreciate the winning streaks more, right? We speak about them on our calls, during the shoulder tap session or during fast markets. We bring up the traders who are doing well on those winning streaks, but there takes some mental capital to stay on a winning streak, and on the other side to get out of a losing streak. So I want to focus on the losing streak part of it first,
sure,
because it's what affects more of our traders, right? We feel like anything we do, it's a losing trade. I can't get out of it. No matter what I do, the market's wrong. We heard MP talk about opposite day last week, where I just do the opposite of what I'm thinking because nothing seems to be working. I don't necessarily know that I agree with that, but I think, looking at what has gotten us to a losing streak, first and foremost is important, right? I think any trader is going to have, and this is with the assumption that we have a defined trading plan, right? Where we have, a specific criteria that we're looking for to make trades off of. Anne Marie just talked about it, taking 15 trades based on a plan. And then we can determine whether or not that plan actually works for the market. So we're going to start with that and make sure we have that as a baseline, right? Because if we don't, then it's a lot harder to tell where the losing might be coming from, right? Is it because I'm switching trading plans, right? Am I trading one way one day and another way another day? Or is it the market conditions aren't facilitating my trading?
Right. I mean, it's something where you can't just cross your fingers and hope things change, which they might. You might get lucky one day, but you've got to dig deep. You've got to dissect and find out, where the bug is. We got to find this bug and we got to fix it.
Correct. Yeah. If we're, like you said, if we're just guessing, you can be right sometimes, you can be wrong others. But we want to have something that's repeatable, even if it's repeatable and wrong, because then that's where we have the place to make adjustments. I thought about this topic, Eddie, and if we take it off of trading, right, off of the charts, can we compare it to something in life, right? I was at a wedding over the weekend, and they were talking about how life is like water, right? So we're going to use water as our example for the day. Let's say we're swimming, right? We're at a beach, we're at the ocean, we're swimming. And I think everyone who's ever swam in an ocean, you probably heard this. How do you get out of a rip current? You don't try to fight it, right? And I think a lot of times that's what we try to do with a losing streak. We're so focused on getting out of the losing streak that we're not focusing on process anymore. We just want to be out of that situation. So I looked it up, and best way to get out of a rip current, if you're a good swimmer, is to swim parallel to the beach, right? So you can swim out of it. We've seen MP do that last week, where he started, in the hole. He had a bunch of losing trades, was able to trade back out of it and get to scratch. Good swimmer in that analogy, right? Good trader in that analogy, where he can trade out of that situation, but he had to go back to his process, right? He's leaning on his process in order to get out of that situation. The other way to get out of it, from what I've read, is to just float, right? You float, and then eventually you can get pushed out of that current to a point where you can swim again. And I think a lot of times we try to go the first way, right? Where we try to swim out of it, right? We try to swim parallel, but depending on your level as a trader, you may think that you're capable of it, but the best option for you may just be to stay still, right? If I go, 1, 2, 3 days in a row where I'm losing, maybe I'm not reading the market well for that week. And the best option for me may just be to take a couple of days off, right? Take a couple of days off, review my plan, make sure I know what it is that I'm looking for, and be able to look at the market without having to make decisions, right? Every time you make a decision with trading, there's some pressure that comes along with that, even if we're making good decisions, right? Each trade is going to be either a winner or a loser. And there's pressure that comes with that, right? But if I can look at the market objectively and not have to worry about a position, then I can read, what's going on and try to find a place that I can get back to swimming.
Right. That's a great analogy, because it's, I have honestly been in one of those, and it was immediate panic, and by that time, trying to fight it, I was just completely drained. Okay, and I honestly thought this was it. I'm done. Yep. This is out in New York. I was done. But the thing is, we practice what we preach. Take a time out, take a few steps back, reevaluate, and that's what needs to be done. Like you said, you really need to think, okay, I don't need to fight it, but there is a way to get out of this safely. And great analogy.
Thanks. I think, and with practice what I preach, there's been a point in my trading where I took 6 months off, where I was just like, you know what, I'm not seeing the market well, and you find yourself in a place where you're trying to recover, and you're just digging a hole, right? You're digging further and further. Like you said, when you're in the rip current, you think, oh, this could be it, and I want to fight and do everything that I can to get out of that. Sometimes the best approach is just to take a step back. It may not have to be 6 months. It may not have to be, a couple of days. It could be a couple of hours, right? Maybe I don't trade well in the morning, and I step away, and instead of trying to make back the losses that I had early, I come back in the afternoon session and see if I can find a trade there. There are a few ways. I took the past 2 days, last week, Thursday and Friday off. And as much as I love trading, it was nice to get the opportunity to stay away. I think we don't look at trading the same way we look at like a normal 9 to 5, right? We have a certain amount of PTO, right? For my 9 to 5, I have 2.5 weeks off, right? I want to make sure I take that time every year because it's allotted to me, right? Some people have, unlimited PTO, right? But with trading, we don't see it that way, right? We try to come to the markets every day. We don't give ourselves a break. I think find a way to build those into your schedule, especially if you're in a losing streak, just so you can come back refreshed and ready to go, and reading the market that way.
Good stuff.
And then Eddie, you mentioned a winning streak as well, right? The same way, either way, right? Any trade we take has to follow a process, right? Or it should follow a process if we want to be successful at it, right? So I think even on winning streaks, I think winning streaks more than anything speak to traders following their plan, right? And I think if we're going to use the water analogy, Michael Phelps, who's one of the greatest swimmers of all time, right? I looked it up. He's swimming in way calmer waters than the ocean, right? As a performer, right? Which means he can read the water well, right? And he finds his opportunity to swim in it. Michael Phelps's top 5, 4 out of his top 5 races were butterfly events, right? So there's different swim strokes, right? There, four out of his top 5 were butterflies. If Michael Phelps is in a race and he's swimming the butterfly and he's winning the race, I doubt that we ever see him switch to a doggy paddle just because he's winning, right? And that's what we do sometimes with our trading, right? Where we get up, we get comfortable. It's just like, oh, okay, I'm right. Like this is fine. These are calm waters. It is what it is. And we get away from our plan sometimes. That can take us out of the winning streak, right? So again, to follow up on that water analogy, Phelps is not going to change his form just because he's winning, right? I'm just going to continue doing what I do. And we hear it all the time, right? Stick to your plan, right? Hoag says when traders go from, the combine to an XFA, dance with the one that brought you here, right? Don't switch to a doggy paddle just because, you're comfortable, right? Because, you may get to the finish line, but it's not going, you probably won't win, right? You're probably not going to win. And we should just follow what got us there, right? If at any point there are, some hiccups in our trading, we're going to take losses, and a winning streak doesn't mean that you're going to win every single trade. But consistency over time, each trade has its own, is its own entity, right? And should follow a process. And then if we can do that time and time again, I think that's when we get to the traders who are having, 13, 14, 15, 15-day winning streaks.
Right.
And then what I will say to that as well, I think having a winning streak of that capacity, right? Going 2 weeks without having a losing day is awesome. But I also think that can put some pressure on to not want to lose, right? We win often enough, we might forget how losing feels. We can't do that, right? And I think, in the eventual winning streaks are going to end. Eddie, you can tell me what's the longest winning streak you've seen a trader have?
Through looking at thousands of trade reports, actually, I think around 21 days. 21 I mean, that was when I saw it, I was like, I had to look at it again, right? And check the days, and he traded every day. Every day was a winning day, winning day, winning day. But the greed factor was nowhere in sight. 200, 300, 400, 175, 4.25, 275. I mean, it was very consistent. His contract trading was very consistent. I mean, I was really impressed. I'm like, wow, this is, just continue what you're doing. And
right.
Yeah, about 21 days.
And it sounds like that trader has a very specific plan for a bunch of things, right? For how they're trading, for their contract size, for, what their winning days are going to look like. And in my opinion, right, 21 days, at some point that streak is going to come to an end, right? Whether it's day 22, whether it's day 50, whether it's day 100, right? At some point you're going to lose, right? I don't know that there's anybody who does this and doesn't take a losing day. So what's important then is to understand that a losing day, sure, it might break your streak or whatever it is. But as long as we can control what that losing day looks like, then we can continue to move forward, right? I think, especially having smaller winning days like that, right? 300, 400, those are a little more controllable. I think when we see the traders with, $5,000 winning days, $27,000 winning days, Mick was talking about this morning, and those traders have, each day is a max loss losing day. I think it's a little harder that way. And I think the reason that is, right, we have traders who can put up big days, and that might be more money than you've ever made in a day doing anything, right? If you hit a $10,000 day, that might be more money than you've ever made in a day. If you lose $3,000, that's also probably more money than you would lose in a day in any other aspect, right? So, it might seem like, oh, it's just numbers moving on a screen. But if you weren't trading, losing $3,000 at one time is a hard hit to take, right? So I think if we can control what those losses look like, it's a lot more manageable. And truthfully, winning streaks, they're great, but consistency over time, right? Winning months, I think is probably a little better for us to focus on because we account for the losers. All right. Any questions on that? I know I see a couple of people saying that they, can kind of resonate with that. Jim and stuff said he's never had a problem getting out of a winning streak. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to try to keep them, right? And then again, you may focus on the winning streak instead of the process of just taking good trades.
Right. And some comments here too. Loki, always good to step back if your mental isn't right, whether it's for a day or a month or whatever. I mean, there's no timetable. it's up to you. And you know, at some point, I mean, if you've got the passion and desire, you know, you're going to want to come back probably sooner than you should. But here's the thing. I mean, if you are on a losing streak and you do take some time off, when you get back, don't go right to the account. Go to the practice account. Go to the batting cages. Take some pitches. All right. Get back in the groove. The market might have changed if you take a week or two off for a longer duration. But make sure that you're in tune with your market that you trade. Make sure that you're in tune with yourself. And you know, the thing is, I know that a lot of people get trigger shy. They don't want to pull the trigger. They don't want to put the trade on. But you know, I think we talked about this with Coach Paul last week. But you know, the thing is, it's there for you. And you know, like I said, give it a test in the practice account. It's not going to matter whether you're right or wrong. It's just the matter of you getting back to where you want to be.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And we also have, I think a lot of our traders are trading minis. The micros are available to you too, right? Where, you know, if you want to have some skin in the game, but you don't want to have to worry about, you know, big P&L swings, trade a couple micros, right? I do it to this day. I took a crude oil trade this morning where it looked like an opportunity, and it's just like I could take this with, you know, minis, but instead I decided to put on 5 micros and just let the trade go from there, right? Where maybe I wasn't extremely confident in that setup, but I still want to participate in it, still want to be a part of it. I could always scale back up if the trade is going in my favor, but you know, those micros are available to you and give you the opportunity to scale in and out of trades, which is just a more comfortable way to get back into trading.
Okay.
Paul Revere asked if practice accounts have live data. They do. Yes.
There's another couple questions here. Trying to keep it on topic, but let's see here. Absolutely helps tremendously. What are your thoughts on having your P&L on your screen?
So I have P&L on my screen for a specific trade, right? So for each trade, I trade with a DOM on the side of my screen. So for each trade, I'll have the P&L there. But I normally don't know where I'm at for the day until the end of the day. I personally don't like knowing. I think you kind of have a feel of whether or not you are trading well or not. And I think putting the P&L on your screen, especially when you're in a combine, right? We know what the targets are. We know exactly what number we can hit before we push the consistency target, right? So with doing that, it can force you to try to make trades that you don't necessarily need to, right? If you're trading in a 50K account, the max you can hit on a day is 1,500, right? So if you are at 1368 on the day and you have that up on your screen, I think just human nature, our minds go to, well, if I'm that close, it's only another $100. I can push for it. I think anytime that happens, anytime I've ever traded for a monetary goal or try to push it, it usually goes against me. And I think we've had traders on talk about it before, where you're a couple of dollars away, you take some trades and that pulls you away from the goal. And that just puts us in a position where now we're trying to make back the money that we just lost, trading with a monetary focus and not focusing on process. So
right.
I think on a trade by trade basis, if you have it, fine. But I personally don't keep it up on a for the whole day.
Well, I know that Michael, a couple years back, you know, I was walking past his trade station and trade setups, and he was there, and he had a Post-it note over part of his platform. I'm like, what's a Post-it note doing there? He goes, I'm hiding my P&L. I don't want to see it. You know, I mean, that's something too that you can do is to hide that P&L.
Yeah. And it's just like it's counting the scoreboard, right, while you're playing, right? And do I glance at it every now and then during the day? Yes, but I don't have it sitting there because we want to focus on the process and let the score be what it is. We can figure that out at the end of the day.
Right. You know, I tell you, sometimes just overlooking a lot of things can derail your thought process. That's why you constantly hear less is more. But when you're having a good day, when you're having a bad day, the question is, do you journal after that day? You should do both, and as Mick, our risk manager, says, on a bad day, don't treat yourself bad. Treat yourself good. It's a good mindset mentality to not harp on, having a bad day. And, sometimes I've talked to traders where they actually bring this bad day out of their trading room to their family, which is very dangerous. Because, this is where, I can't stress the point where separation is needed. I imagine too, you just lost a Super Bowl. You threw an interception and the Patriots won. Coming home, what's it like opening that front door and the wife and kids are there, or whoever's there, most likely. And how do you react? And we talk about these professionals in a professional way. You have to be professional about it. You have to drop it. You'll be back tomorrow. It's not going anywhere. You'll be able to get your jab at it again. But you need the separation.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Learn from both days. Like Eddie said, there's stuff to learn in winning and there's stuff that we can learn in losing. But I definitely agree with separating from any day, right? Any big day, whether it's a big winning day, big losing day, separate it from it because it doesn't dictate what happens tomorrow. The next trading day is an opportunity to show back up, get back to your process, and go from there. I think learn from it, but don't harp on it because it is what it is, right? Once the market closes, there's not much you can do about what happened.
Right. Jay, I tell traders too, if they have a real good day and they're coming back the next day, don't be in a hurry to give your winnings back. All right. Because you've got your pockets are full of cash to trade with. Had a great day yesterday, put up $3,400. All right. Now, the thing is, I tell them and even approaching a funded account, an XFA, when you're getting close to passing the trading combine, slow things down. Okay. Don't rush. Don't bring that home run bat out to get to that level, to get to the funded account. Keep doing what you're doing, which got you where you were, but don't be in a hurry. And I find that, winning traders tend to want to be in a hurry the following trade session. Hey, I'm hot, man. I'm hot. I'm on a streak. I'm doing good, which is fine. The mindset, that is a positive, man. I tell you, if everybody came to trading like that with a positive mindset, we'd see a lot more positive, profitable trades. But the thing is, be cool like a jewel. Approach it and make sure that your opportunities are very good, because the worst thing that you can do is lose that 3,400 and maybe more. That's a kick in the junk. All right. And that's, we want to build confidence, and we're on a very good day yesterday. I'm feeling good. Confidence is high, and I want to continue that. So don't let the greed factor get in there. It's not free casino money. It's stuff that you've earned and you've worked hard for.
I agree. And to your point, Eddie, and I see we have a couple comments, questions in YouTube. We'll get to those. But to your point about positive mindset, there's a guy named Trevor Moawad. He was a mental coach for athletes. Most famously, he's probably Russell Wilson's mental coach. And something he talks about is mindset. And I think sometimes saying, and it's ideal, right? Ideally, we have a positive mindset going into it, but we're all human at the end of the day. I think the part of his focus is not always being positive, but neutral to positive, right? I think what hurts traders a lot of time is the negative mindset. And if you look up his YouTube videos, his books, there's a ton of information on it. But letting go of the negative, and if things aren't going your way, just staying neutral and understanding that, it's not the end of the world, right? It's not the end of it if we stay neutral. I think sometimes when we start losing, we can start being negative. The negative self-talk and all that stuff comes into it. Is it easy to always be positive? No, because when things are going wrong, you're just like, the only thing I want this to do is to end. But staying neutral and understanding that, yes, at some point I'm going to get out of this, will work out.
It's not the end of the world. You'll just get traded to the Broncos, and then beat the Bears this past Sunday.
Right, there you go.
But yeah, that's what I was talking about, Russell Wilson. I mean, that I did a podcast with Annie Duke, and she's the queen of poker. She's won some tournaments. You might have heard her name. And we talked about that reasoning behind that play. It wasn't actually that bad of a decision. It was just a very bad throw, because the thing is, there was like 25 seconds left. If you run the ball, you might not get through, but of course they had the best running back in the league. But she really broke it down to understand that, passing on that down was not that bad of an idea. Because if it was an incomplete, all right, the clock stops. I mean, this was like the end of the game, the end of the game. And I tell you, but, things didn't go right for Russell. Throwing that interception, I tell you, boy, my jaw hit the ground. It took me about an hour to put it back in my head. I'm like, no way, But, I mean, that's winning and losing. I mean, we're talking about positive days, negative days, positive streaks, negative streaks. The streak got them there. The winning streaks got them there. But, coming back from losing the big game, that's a tough recovery.
It is. Yeah. And if you think about it, it's like, the moment is magnified because of when it happened, right? If that was a first quarter play, we wouldn't be talking about it. Right. It's not the case. Right. It's just another throw. It happened at an inopportune time. But again, if we zoom out, we take a longer term look at it. Right. Russell Wilson's still playing the game. Right. He's still able to play the game he loves. And maybe you don't win that championship. I don't know that there's necessarily a championship in trading, though. Right. The game just keeps going until you decide you're going to stop playing. So with that, right, when we have those, and I think we can compare probably the Super Bowl interception to a trade that, we detail the market perfectly, right? We understand what's going to happen and we just missed the trade for some reason. It's the same idea. It's just one opportunity in the grand scheme of all the opportunities that we're going to get doing this. It is what it is. We can't focus on it. You're not going to get it back. So we can't chase and do all those things, because if we take a longer term approach, we'll get another one.
Right. I mean, how strong of a human are you? How strong of a desire? How strong of a passion do you have? And, I'm guilty as charged. There's a few things in my life where, I tried my hardest to get done, and it just didn't work. And at some point, the point I gave one up, I had another one. It was like divorcing the first wife, and you had the second wife ready to go. But what I'm trying to say is, have something. I mean, if this is something where it's like, okay, I this is something not for me, but I have something I do believe is for me. I thought that was, but it really wasn't. I didn't really see too much positive. But I'm going to give this a chance and see if this is going to be positive. And that's sort of like with strategies, working, and all of a sudden it's like, it's not. And you're trying your hardest. You're almost forcing it. And there's got to be somewhere where you say, okay, you know what? I need to start figuring something else out here, because this is just putting me underground. It's burying me. My account sucks. My attitude sucks. And go ahead, Jam. Sorry.
No. To your point, with changing strategies and looking at the market different ways, just a shameless plug for what we're doing in Discord for Topstep. I think it's an opportunity for traders to kind of get in and do exactly what you're saying, right? If you find yourself in a losing streak, or you're kind of treading water, join some of these conversations, right? I've been doing a market recap with Coach Paul at the end of every day, and he looks at the market completely differently than I do, right? And I don't want to trade like Coach Paul, but having a different perspective has helped in my trading for sure, right? Where he looks at 30-minute charts to start, and the highest time frame I was looking at on most days was a 15-minute, right? So now I zoom out, I take a 30-minute look at the market. I'm still trading the same way, but understanding context is just a little different. It's just a fresh approach to looking at the market, right? So if you find yourself in a losing streak, make small adjustments, right? You don't have to make complete strategy changes, small adjustments, and ask questions, right? I ask Coach Paul questions on that call every day, all right, about how he looks at the market, just because I want to hear how someone else talks about playing the game, right? And then it helps me refine how I talk about it and how I go about it.
Right. Arson has a question here. When I have a profit days, I have euphoria. And after this, I'm starting to trade with emotions and making mistakes. This is my big problem. Coach Jay, what could Arson do about this? So he has profit days. He's getting very stoked, excited. And after he starts trading with emotions, he's making mistakes.
Yeah, I think what happens there is with the profit days, because of how difficult trading can be. We want to chase that emotion of the profitable days, right? It's like you said, a euphoric feeling. Really, what you want to do, Arson, is understand that that's the outcome of you following a process, right? Or it should be the outcome of you following a process. So at the end of the day, right, review those profitable days, write down what happened, what went well, and then see if there is repeatable steps that you could take that can get you back to that type of day. But understand that sometimes you're going to follow your plan and you're going to lose, right? And that's okay, right? So I think focus less on the outcome and more on the process. And you'll hear us all talk about that. But it's true, right? There are days where I trade exactly how I wanted to. I take a loss, but I'm okay because I did what my plan was based on. The days where I have, winning days that didn't follow any kind of strategy, I actually look at those days with some caution, because I know that it's just reinforcing, some bad habits, right? So just focus on your process, focus on taking good trades. And go back to what me and Coach Paul talked about. On that call, we talk about the best losses that we had for the day. And sometimes I think we don't look at trading like that. It's like, how can you have a best loss? I put on an idea that I thought followed my plan, and the market just disagreed with it. That's okay. As long as I manage risk on those days and follow my plan, then that is what it is. And it kind of takes some of the emotion out of it. At the end of the day, we're humans. We're going to be emotional. So I think we have to try to prevent some of the triggers of that emotion.
Right. Jay, like you said, you hit it. We're only human. Scott just said, I know I used to get trigger shy after a big loss. I mean, that's the same with anything. It's like, God forbid you get in a car accident. Next time you get in a car again to drive, you're going to be like, okay, just a little bit, worried about that. I mean, it's such as life. But, if there's a way of going about it to soften the entrance back in, like I said, like Coach Jay said, the micros. Okay, I mentioned the practice account. There's two options right there. Or maybe even a paper trade. Maybe just watch the market, sort of paper trade a little bit. Write down, buy them here, sell them there, whatever you got. But, find something that it's not going to be like a rude awakening, like bam, throw you into the fire. Because I think that's the worst thing to do. I know that from just experience on the trading floor. If you did have an error, I mean, one time, in the Deutschmarks, my team, we had a $64,000 error. Okay. And we didn't have time to sort of cry about it. I mean, because it was fast market. I mean, $64,000. is a lot. And what we used to do is that we had an error. A lot of traders, filling brokers, Hope could probably attest to this, had an error account where they would put money aside every month, in this error account just in case. And we had enough in there to cover it. But still, I mean, there wasn't really any time to sort of mope. I mean, it's trading is like you light a fuse and you can't put it out. It doesn't stop. So
yeah. What do you? I mean, $64,000 mistake. It's just like, well, now this is our new reality. How do we move forward from here?
Yeah. Let's see here.
Arson has a question. What is my stop loss, and why do you prefer that stop loss? For me,
Okay.
I'm mostly a NASDAQ trader. I trade with a 10-point stop. If that's the ES equivalent, it's 4 points on the ES. And the reason I like to use that stop, and you'll hear a bunch of coaches talk about it, is I want to be taking trades in an area of cheap opportunity. So where my stop is going to kind of dictate where I can enter a trade, right? I want to be wrong pretty quick. So I'm looking for areas of opportunity. We can see the chart that we have up on the screen here, right? If I'm looking to go short the ES, I'm probably not looking to go short where the market is right now, because a 4-point stop is going to be outside of the market structure that's going to protect that trade. Right, I would want to go short somewhere closer to that high. Right, we see the wick on that candle. I would want to be going short somewhere up there, because my stop is going to be on the opposite side of that market structure. Right, so I have something that protects it there, which is a fairly cheap trade if I'm looking to go short there. Exactly, Scott. Managing the entry with your stop.
Arson was asking, what do you mean Super Bowl? Well, I meant Super Bowl. It's American football, the big game, the last game of the season, the World Cup. And basically what happened was, let's just say that there was no time on the clock and he had a free kick and he could win it, but he shanked it and the ball went upper left over the goal. So, I mean, it was something where you had the opportunity to win the biggest game of the year, and just out of nowhere it reversed on you. So yes, Super Bowl. But yes, let's see, Tom Sabo, hard to get on with my day if I have a losing streak. Mentally drains all of my energy. I think it's the hardest part of trading. Strategy is simple, in my opinion. The mindset is, I mean, Jay, you get up in the morning. I know I used to get up in the morning, and even when I'm doing the show here, is I'm going through a human self checklist, and I'm going over with myself. I'm okay. You focused? Okay. Early in the morning, sometimes you see me rubbing my eyes a lot. It's it's the weather around here and so forth. But I'm getting myself ready for the day, and I'm asking myself, how's my mindset? How's my focus? How you feeling? Is the voice okay? Me. So I go over the checklist, and that's what you need to do. You need to have that up here first before you start turning your screens on.
I definitely agree. If I ever feel, I went to a wedding over the weekend, came back, unfortunately, with COVID. So the mornings I haven't even really been trading, right? Yeah, because it's just like, it throws me off my process. I'm not feeling well. It's some brain fog or whatever it is. But I just know on those days I need to either scale it back or just not trade at all, because, I'm not able to go through kind of my normal process. I see a question in the chat talking a little bit more about trading from Serviday. The volume profile on the right side. If we can just comment on that real quick. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Can you talk through the volume profile on the right? I'm seeing this is something not in topic, but that's why I'm trying to get our Discord channel. Real quick, let me just step in here. How many of us that are listening are members of our Topstep Discord? Because if you're not, you're missing a whole new world of education, camaraderie, trade talks. I mean, these coaches have their own rooms. I get a message. I get a message. I'll get one later this evening. You guys are doing classes, right? Am I right?
Yes.
What time do those sort of kick off?
So I have a market recap with Coach Paul at 3 p.m. Central, right at the close. So Servade, to your question on that, we're not going to talk about trading on here, but come to that market recap in Discord. Coach Paul and I, kind of review markets, where best opportunities were to trade. Tonight at 5 Central, Coach Robert is going to be doing a class on creating a bot in NinjaTrader, which I think is awesome. It shows that 217 traders right now are interested in that topic. Join that, right? Something completely different. Coach Robert is the master at doing that. Some of his automated strategies I think are amazing. So join that if you're interested. And then tomorrow we have Coach Ray doing a Q&A at 6 Central. And then Coach Dakota doing his part 2 on the psychology of going from a combine to a funded account, which I think if you've never been in a funded account or you're working on getting to one, join those sessions, right? They're all recorded. They're in what's called the coaches library in Discord. Join those sessions, kind of review the videos if you can. That psychology one is something that I've seen so many traders deal with, and I think Eddie, you've probably seen the same thing. You finally get through the combine, you feel like, and back to the topic on winning streaks, in order for you to get through the combine, you had to do it on a winning streak, right? You're not getting through the combine. At the end of the day, you at least have to have a winning day to get through that combine, right? There are emotions that come up, and I know it happened to me the first time as well. There are emotions that come up that we may not have planned for. Coach Dakota is doing a great job of explaining what those emotions might be to help prepare you before you get there. Even the idea of, oh, hey, this is real money now, and there's no limit on how much I can make, right? That consistency target doesn't apply to a funded account anymore. So if I'm in a 50K account where I can make $1,500 in a day, traders think now, hey, the chains are off now. I can make $10,000 today if I wanted to. There's more risk that comes in with doing that. Join those sessions. I think they're great.
Right. Yeah, Coach Robert, there's a link. They put that link up there. That's for Coach Robert. I know that he put together a great presentation, and I want to make sure that you get that link. If you remember Discord, you'll probably get if you've got the messages on, you'll probably get a message saying this is going to start at this time. But utilize it. I mean, for those that are members of the Discord channel, I know that you like hanging out here on YouTube when the show's on. But boy, I was honestly, Jay, I was surprised. I was like, wow, we're putting education out there for 12 hours, if not longer. We're putting it out there and it's available for you. So have at it. I mean, it's free, and it's we got a bunch of great guys. I mean, my go-to here is Coach Jay. I love Jay.
Thanks, Eddie. I think with joining the Discord classes as they're live, right? It's an opportunity to ask questions, right? I think sometimes we can go to a YouTube video and watch somebody talk about the markets, but you don't get the live interaction that you might, right, about a specific topic. And then once the session's over, you can go back, review it, speak to a coach about it, and that's exactly why we're there, right? Those rooms are open pretty much 24/7. I don't think we're in them all the time, but leave a comment in there, and we will get back to you at some point. And that's what we're there to do.
Right. All right. So we got about 10 minutes here. Let's see. Coach Dakota had a good lesson last night. Thanks for putting it in there, Terry King. There's Robert's link. If you want to join, I posted a link there, discord.gg/Topstep. If you want to join it. Gosh, how many channels do we got there? We probably got close to 100. Lots going on there. I mean, it might look like overkill, but there's just so many channels we need that people have requested. So, Dave D says, I find a lot of good trades based on my plan, but I put in a stop loss too tight and usually get taken out before my position can run. I emotionally want to protect my capital, but miss out. Thoughts? Now, I know Coach Robert, we talked about this before. I know it's Coach Jay here, but maybe move that stop out. Start finding out where you're getting stopped out. Is it going through your stop? Is it sort of playing around your stop and then hits it and then moves back to where you wanted it to go? Maybe you need to just adjust that stop and maybe put a little bit more risk on that trade. Not to say that you have to, but sometimes it works for you. If you're doing a 10 tick stop and you keep hitting, the market keeps coming back 10, 12 ticks and goes back the other way. Well, maybe I need to move it out 13, 14 and give it a try. Give it a try first, but that might help.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see here. I have a funded account. I can't switch a Quantel or Tradeovate. A lot of these questions are for the support team. All right. Just out of respect, just want to let you know, if you need the support team, by all means, please go to the support team. I can't do anything. I don't have the codes to get into the secret support team room. So you got to contact support. Let's see here. Thanks, Coach Jay, Eddie, all your team. Check out Discord. I'm so used to trading alone. You're doing great work here. Excellent community. Scott H., thank you very much. Very happy to have you. And so I don't know, any closing comments, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I see, a couple of comments in YouTube about, the emotions of trading and getting stopped out and things like that. They're going to happen. There was a specific question someone asked about, what happens when I get stopped out on a trade. We started this with talking about losing streaks, right? Losing and more so losing days. If your stop is where it is based on your plan, I think don't throw out your trade thesis if you still agree with it, right? And your stop is just information, right? You getting stopped out of your trade is just information, right? You're paying for information. You're putting an idea out there to see whether or not the market is going to do what you think. And if you get stopped out, you're paying for information. It's not a loss. And as long as you manage how much and you can control it, right? You can, I see the ES took a dive today, right? If I thought I was going to go long this market, I didn't have to, just because it didn't do exactly what I wanted it to, I didn't have to experience that entire move down, right? I can say, I'm willing to pay this amount of money to see whether or not my idea is right. If my idea is wrong, fine. That means it's nothing against you. It's not a personal thing. It's you paid the information, you paid the money to get information. The information you had went against your plan, and that's it at the end of the day. And then keep moving forward from there. Closing thoughts, like Eddie said, get in Discord, chat with our coaches, ask questions, send in emails to group coaching at Topstep so we can discuss those as well on these calls. And I think I said it the last time I was on, right? The quickest way to learn something is to admit that you don't know it, and be willing to ask somebody for help, right? And we're not going to have all the answers, right? I'm not going to have all the answers. Hoag's going to have more answers than I do, and so is Eddie. Maybe. And Eddie is too. But feel free to ask the questions, because that's why we're here. We're all learning together. So that's what I have to say on that.
All right. I noticed that we had some questions about micros and so forth, and honestly, I cannot give you a positive, correct answer. If you join us tomorrow when our risk manager Mick is on, make sure you ask those questions, and we'll ask our risk manager, what's up there, and hopefully we can get an answer. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to give something that is going to mislead you, because honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. And neither does Jay. It's not our department. So, but anyway, Jay was one thing I did see in here. Somebody said, "Hey, we got Michael Westbrook with us today."
Oh yeah, it was the Russell Westbrook. Yeah, that was the first comment.
Russell Westbrook. My bad.
I've heard that comparison since he's been in the league. Yeah,
it's funny. We got a James Harden who doesn't play basketball,
right,
and a Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
So,
I wish I had his height. I'm a few inches shorter than him.
But you're a basketball coach. You know basketball. Right. That's really cool. Yeah. There's a lot of we're a lot of coaches. Coach Paul's a basketball coach.
Yeah, he is.
I coached baseball for 25 years. Hoag coached baseball. So we've got an idea what we need to do, which I think is a great base. And whatever we're trying to relay or get across to the troops in a positive mental attitude. Let's be positive. So anyway, all right. Who is Russell Westbrook? Linda, Google it. Okay, Linda, Google it. And you'll be like, wow, they do have him almost. You're better looking though. I don't like.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. We're out of here. Have a great day. This is the end of the program. I think that's going to be tomorrow. We're going to have our group coaching with Hoag. Let me just take a look here. I'm going to give you a rundown of what we got going on here tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday. Michael Patak will be back to do fast markets. We'll also have Danny back to do crude. Andre, Mick. I've got a interview with I believe a funded trader that goes by the name of Rips. We'll have our 11:45 top quiz, and like I said, group coaching with Hoag. So don't miss it. We'll be back here again. And if you're in the mood,
I'm kind of in the mood for some stimulating conversation.
Join us tomorrow. Jay, take care, my friend. I will see you soon, man.
All right.
Everybody else have a great evening. Take care.